Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before we get started, let me rattle off the names of the songs we just listened to. So that was Teflon, My First Trance Attempt in Hydra Courtship by Ray Kerfoot. It's just the usual Starting Soon playlist that I put together a long while ago. And now, let me switch over the scene. You may notice something different. It's not that big of a change, and it probably does not matter to you, but it matters greatly to me, and it makes me incredibly happy that it is so. Because I actually finally shaved. So it is actually a little brother stream or something, I don't know. I don't really know how to age shame myself. But yeah, No Shave November is completely over. It had been over for like the last 2 days now. Well, technically 4 days. But I never got around to shaving because I had a whirlwind of a weekend. I actually had to cancel a stream on Friday because I got invited to a birthday party. I think I might have been invited before, but somehow I never added it to my calendar, so I had no clue that it was going to happen. Hence why I scheduled a stream that conflicted with that. So I did the reasonable thing and decided to cancel the stream and still go to the birthday because, you know, I can stream whenever, like I'm doing right now. And birthdays are kind of once a year, in most cases, as it turns out. I'm hoping that any minute now, OBS will realize that I have in fact opened up Killing Floor 2 and I'm chilling in the main menu. But, oh, there you go, there you go. It realized, oh my god, it works, the technology. Truly, truly amazing. Amazing stuff. But yeah, so we in here, and I was thinking I would just get into some more of that endless grind. Because as you can see, we prestiged Survivalist last time, and we didn't do anything with it. We got SWAT to level 12, which was kind of interesting, because we prestiged it recently as well. And there's a bunch of other perks we can work on, essentially. And I don't know if I really want to focus on Survivalist, because it does get a ton of XP just from playing other stuff, but we'll see. So I'm hoping that, you know, we can just, like, maybe do a little bit of SWAT action, for example. I really like Ashwood Asylum, so let's do that. I guess we could also do Berserker and some Winterbite action. Do we want to do a game on Power Core just as, like, a warm-up? You know what, let's do that before we get into anything else. We should probably change it to, like, regular survival. Because that's the name of the game for the weekly. Well, weekly. This is actually the daily. Oh yeah, this map. I remember this map. Yeah, let's do a warm-up game before we do anything else. So this is new for me because I don't normally stream on weekends. Usually I have a bunch of other stuff going on. And I mean, to be honest with you, I would have, like, some of the stuff to do. But I'm quickly realizing that a lot of the stuff that I should be doing is stuff that I don't really like doing. And I mean, a long time ago, back when I got, what was it, 10 followers, I think? Can't even remember what the goal was that I promised I would make, like, a music video for. And I still haven't done it. I got the vocals recorded. I have, like, some footage now, probably plenty to actually work with, but I would need to edit it together. And I'm quickly realizing that I'm just kind of a lazy piece of shit and just enjoy the streaming aspect of streaming way too much compared to just working on, like, you know, an actual video of some kind. So I think I'm still going to go and actually finish up, like, editing that music video because I said that I would, and I feel like I owe it not just to myself, also that's, like, really sus, by the way, but, you know, I don't just owe it to myself, but I owe it to the people that actually, like, ended up pressing the follow button. They might be curious about the output of that. Basically, they might want to hear my relatively crappy singing, and who am I to deny that from anybody, realistically? So we're still probably going to do that. I'm still going to finish it up and release it. But in the future, this is, you know, like, a big, like, learning moment. You learn a lot about yourself as you do certain things. I've learned, for example, that if I'm going to be doing, like, streaming with, you know, set goals, then I should make those goals stuff that I can do on stream. Because it's much more likely to happen, essentially. There's just a higher chance of stuff actually happening if I can do it on stream. So I'm going to aim for goals of that nature in the future. But hey, you live and you learn. I mean, incidentally, I think if I was going to do something else, I would have, like, I could have just stuck to the tech talk, because I did a tech talk before, and to tell you how bad I am in terms of, like, motivation for actually, you know, like, recorded content apparently nowadays compared to streaming, I have the VODs saved from pretty much everything except the Nightmare Reaper days, because I was, like, really silly, and I didn't know that you could just save that footage. I never recorded it, like, on my own side, and I didn't know that you could just download the Twitch recorded VOD. which is really dumb of me. I don't know how I thought that would work if not like that, but hey. So those are kind of lost to time, unfortunately, unless someone was like a big day one fan and somehow recorded it like with some kind of like extension on their like browser. Which, if they did, like, get in touch with me, because I wouldn't mind having those VODs, to be honest. But I highly doubt that they're actually out there. But I guess, you know, we'll never know. But yeah, I do have the VOD saved from the day when I did the Tech Talk. And I was going to turn it into, like, its own little YouTube video. Because I have a YouTube channel for the VODs, and I have a separate YouTube channel for just, like, recorded content, essentially, that I used to, like, do relatively regularly back, like, some months ago, around a year ago, I want to say. Year and a half ago, I think, now, actually. But it has been, like, a big drought over there. I've not been working on anything in terms of recording stuff. Because streaming is just more fun, essentially, is what it comes down to. So, essentially, I'm so lazy, is what I'm trying to get at, is that I have yet to actually just take out the 8-minute TED Talk that I did do on stream and put it in there. And that should tell you everything you need to know. Like, that's a little sad, right? That's a little sad, little messed up. Yeah, we're not gonna actually extend the thing. I guess I could get armor, but why would I get that? We'll just save it up. We'll just save it up. We're just grinding the EXP. We are getting the EXP, right? Right? Yeah, we are. Okay, I was gonna say. We might switch to Gunslinger for the boss to get started on that Winterbite thing. Because I don't know if I'll actually play Gunslinger tonight, but I guess we could. We could also play it on one of the endless maps. Could also like grind some XP for him. But yeah, so I'm too lazy to even do that. I'm too lazy to sit down and not even edit something, because I wouldn't do any kind of editing for that. I would genuinely just have to, like, you know, find the start and end point, which I think I might even have marked, like, in the Premiere Pro project that I started for it months ago, and literally just, like, cut out the stuff before it, cut off the stuff after it, move it, like, a little bit on the slider, and, like, bam, job's a good one, export that shit, upload it immediately. It's not exactly a demanding job to do that, but I'm incapable of doing that much. So I'm a very, very lazy person, essentially, is what I'm trying to get at. And I think I really just prefer streaming, because the live component of it is just more fun. I'm kind of a rambly guy in the first place, and I think this platform rewards that a lot more than YouTube for most people. Some exceptions exist, obviously, but... So yeah, in the future, we're gonna do different goals, but hey, like I said, this is like a calendar day, because it's actually, like... Oh, you're a Skrik. I wasn't sure what you were. Yeah, we might have a little, like, problem, because again, Flesh Pounds literally every time just knock you into corners. That's one thing that I wish was a little different with Killing Floor. I wish the angle of attack for Pounds mattered at all, and it wasn't just the case of, like, oh, if a vector can be drawn that results in you being placed in the corner, then that's the vector they're going to use. Kinda silly if you ask me, but hey man, you get used to it. And a lot of perks just don't care.
Sooner we can lose.
See, I'm learning a lot about my work ethic, or lack thereof, and I think it's really the lack thereof. I will get armor for this one, and save up some more money. This is now fully upgraded, so it deals even more damage. I guess we could also, like, we could have switched over to Gunslinger and done that, but... To be honest, I think we'll actually play, like, an endless game of Gunslinger, and just do it that way. Then we'll get the dailies done. I don't know why I care so much about the dailies, but apparently I do. Apparently they're very important to me. But I hope that you guys have been having a good weekend. I actually had, like, a pretty neat weekend, all in all. Kind of heavy in terms of just stuff going on. I mentioned that the Friday stream was canceled because of a birthday party, and I essentially had a lot of that this weekend. Because I had the birthday party on Friday. That was a friend of mine, and after that, that went on, like, very, very long as well. I think I got home at 5 a.m. in the morning, which is not something that happens that often these days with me. Used to be more common a couple years back, but... You know, you live and you learn, mistakes are made, and then you kind of learn from them. So lately, if I go out, usually it's like 3 a.m. is kind of the latest that I'm usually out for. So 5 a.m. was like a big callback to the olden days of some years ago when we would just go out and get completely smashed. And it was a little bit of that, let's be real. Like, there may have been certain substances involved. I cannot confirm nor deny, but rather I would prefer not to. But it was a good time. And then there was a little bit of a follow-up because the next day, Saturday, is actually my brother's birthday. So we had my brother's 34th birthday as well. Incidentally, I believe my friend is also 34, so wouldn't you know it, it's a big 34 weekend apparently. So I was invited for my brother's birthday, and that was a very different vibe. I wouldn't say that it was better or worse, it was just different, basically. And you might be like, wow, trying so hard to be like politically correct, don't wanna hurt anybody's feelings, huh? And I think it is a little bit of that as well. Like I will not. Does this upgrade for 1 or 2, you think? I mean, let's get him. Ooh, it is just 1. Yeah, the piranha pistols are really good, so I like them. I like them a lot, actually. But yeah, so it was 2 very different birthday vibes, essentially, because on the one hand, I had the Friday birthday, which was not really a pub crawl, but we went from one bar to another, and it was a good time, and then up to my friend's place, where we just, like, chilled out. But still, like, it was very much like a classic, like, not on the town kind of script, basically, and that's very fun sometimes. It's not something you want to do, like, every weekend, I think. I used to do it quite often, but now I think I do it a little less, and maybe that's reasonable. And my brother's birthday was a lot more chill. It was just, you know, like 5-6 people hanging out in a living room, just talking, playing games. We played Stuff That, which isn't as dirty as it sounds. Because if you say it like Stuff That, then it comes off as if I'm asking you to stuff something into an orifice, perhaps. But it's actually not a game about that at all. Are you gonna do like a close range attack? Thank you. For the melee attack, I mean. But yeah, Stuff That is actually just like a social game with like explanation mechanics. You make like a bid based on the cards that you have, and you have to essentially make your case to get the most points out of anybody. There's like a social element because I think I came in 2nd or 3rd in one game, even though I literally never had to explain like my choices in terms of why I put in the cards that I put in. But I think a big part of that was also that some people really just didn't care about the rules and made bids with like, you have a hand of 7 cards. Some folks literally put in like 7 regularly, and then when they were forced to explain stuff, they genuinely had like no way of explaining some of their choices. They just put it in because they thought they could get away with it, essentially. I didn't do that. I played it a little bit safer, in my case. I mean, we did 2 dailies. That's a good warm-up. That's pretty good. I will be going back to the main menu because we want to change to endless. That's what we came here to do. So we played some of that. We watched a movie, The Burbs. I think it's a movie from the 90s, and it's actually a lot of fun. I've never heard of it before, but it was a ton of fun. Let's put it on endless. I guess the map doesn't matter that much. We wanted to do Ashwood Asylum, as boring as it is. I'm a big fan of this map, man. I can't help myself. And that all looks fine to me. Obviously, we're not going to go berserker. We're going to play something else. But yeah, 2 very different vibes, essentially, in the 2 parties. And then today was the family gathering type of party, which differs a lot from the previous 2 that I mentioned, because the big change, the big difference, I suppose, between them is for... Oh, we can do this now, right? Yeah, you can. We can be smart. One of the big differences is the timing, you know? Like, usually with the friend birthday and the brother birthdays, most of the time, if you're kind of having a party-style thing, it's going to be in the evening, right? Because the evening is the time for partying. People can get ready throughout the day, they can maybe still, like, get a gift last minute or whatever, and then, you know, you get to hang out in the evening. It's kind of better for everybody. Man, I'm still surprised that I can, like, move super fast in aim down sights mode. Gotta get used to that. I guess we'll have plenty of time to do that, hopefully. But obviously, the actual family gathering stuff is going to be rather different because in that case, you know, it's a lunch. And it was a nice lunch, don't get me wrong. Weekend flew by in that sense, but I can't really complain. Kind of glad that I still managed to come online today, actually. Because I think I mentioned before, I'm kind of aiming for like 3 streams per week. So it's kind of nice if we manage to pull that off now, essentially, by doing this stream. Although I will probably have to change that going forward. That's something I've been struggling with because I was talking to a couple friends about this. I'm big into the Warhammers, but I haven't really been doing anything with Warhammer miniatures in like a few months, I want to say. Haven't really painted anything, haven't really touched a brush in a while, because I've just been enjoying streaming. And it's a fun time, but you know, I am missing being able to like sit down and like work on something. And I do kind of regret not feeling more productive. Because don't get me wrong, this is really fun, but I do feel very self-indulgent. I'm just sitting here playing video games, and it's a lot of fun. But I don't know, it doesn't have like a tangible end result, I guess. Which makes sense because it's all virtual, so I don't know what I expect. I guess maybe if I hooked up a 3D printer into this thing somehow, we might have like something. I'm gonna get a different gun, because we can barely afford it. And I do prefer the MP5, even if ammo management is gonna be a lot worse, because it's gonna be like full auto for sure, all of the time. We did switch, yeah, we did switch back to tactical reload. Good, 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 good. But yeah, so that's something I've been struggling with, where I think that the consistency that I've been aiming for is really good. 3 streams a week, and also the time zone consistency, where it's always after 8, usually to midnight. Very, very infrequently, it's a little shorter than that, but I think that's really good, and I think that might make me a future on the platform. It might get me like a slightly larger audience. Obviously, delusions of grandeur on that part, but hey, you never know. But at the end of the day, I do think that's good. But again, the problem I'm facing is that I have other interests as well, and they kind of conflict with this one. So we'll have to try to find a way to balance that. Now, obviously, a big, easy way of doing that would be to just stream Warhammer stuff, right? I don't know if anybody would care to watch that, but I would have a good excuse to, you know, still do streams and also Warhammer stuff at that point. So that has been on my mind, but I would need like a camera rig of some kind. And maybe a different camera than this webcam, because, don't get me wrong, this is like a decent webcam, and it works for this right now, to just have a face cam of myself. But I think for showing miniatures and stuff, it's not the best. It has a problem with focusing. It comes up even on stream sometimes. I don't move around that much while I'm streaming, but you know, you do shift in your chair a little bit, and if I move around a little too much, then it loses focus, like almost entirely. I'm gonna get flashbangs. I think that's more important than armor for us right now. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to still like get into Warhammer streams over the next month. Well, this month, I guess, technically speaking. But it's something to consider for the future, because it would kind of fix my dilemma, where, you know, I could do like some hobby content for like Twitch essentially, and also just make progress with my own hobby. But it is, again, kind of delusional, because I don't think I would be like making tutorials or anything. There's so much stuff out there anyway, so many resources, that I don't think like anybody really needs me to explain like OSL or something anymore. And I don't think I have like a way of explaining that's better than what other people are doing on YouTube, for example. And a lot of people also are on Twitch in the first place. So I would just be out here essentially having fun painting. It would at best be like a Bob Ross style stream, you know? Which is not a bad thing per se, but I guess we could try. The big problem I have with it, I guess, is in order to even do that stream, I would have to make an investment to be able to build like a rig and maybe get like, I'm kind of thinking, I don't know if this is a good / bad idea, but I'm kind of thinking a GoPro, like even an older one, might be pretty good for my purposes, essentially. I was also thinking maybe of just doing like a head mount and painting like that, although I could see the problem with it. But I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. And like I said, I could also just get better time management skills, and then still do hobby stuff, and also still stream, like, I don't know, twice a week, for example, and do hobby, like, one long evening once a week, essentially. So I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out for sure. We'll kind of have to. This is just wave force. I think we're still good, like, staying on this. It's probably going to be good enough for the boss as well.
Still have no idea what this all does.
Let's just get even more ammo. I'm not going to get armor, though, because I don't think we're in danger. We're not going to have any large sets before the wave 5 boss anyway. So I think we're going to be just fine. So that is, like, something on my mind, changing how regularly I stream, I guess. But I don't know yet, because I do like doing it quite a bit. Even if I don't do anything super interesting, you know? I do think that a lot of people, especially on this platform, are so, like, caught up in the idea that they want to get, like, I don't know, 14,000 fucking viewers or something crazy like that. I'm not really that. I don't know how the hell I would even manage that. I can't imagine that many people, like, watching what I do. It's more of a case of, I just want to, like, do what I have fun with, essentially. That's kind of the main goal that I have. And I don't mind if I'm classified as second monitor material, you know? Because I talk a lot. Like, I'm kind of like a radio in that sense. Radio personality, I guess. You just talk a bunch, people maybe listen, people can tune out, do their own stuff, do a little bit of that old multitasking goodness. Like, I enjoy that. I enjoy being that. And I would say that that's maybe not like my forte, but it is something that I relatively excel at, you know? I'm decent at it. Maybe excel is, like, too far. Maybe it's just an open office kind of, you know, table application. Bad joke, I know, but you got it. Hopefully. So yeah, I don't have any, well, I apparently do have delusions of grandeur because we just like talked about them, but at the same time, I do think that I'm realistic in the type of content that I make. So we'll figure it out. I mean, in that sense, Warhammer would not be far off from what I do, because I'd be doing something and commentating / talking alongside it. It would just be the same shit. And I wouldn't mind. The one thing that I would mind is normally when I do hobby stuff, I tend to put on like YouTube videos or maybe like some albums or something. Ooh, that's a lot of money actually. If we sell this, then I can get the G36C. You know what? Let's do that. That seems really good actually. I'm just gonna get like all the ammo for it, man. This could result in like an awful situation because we have no armor for the Wave 5 boss, and we're not like playing Tanky Boy with SWAT, although you can only play Tanky Boy SWAT in the first place if you have armor, and you take the other passive, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But either way, I think my style of streaming kind of lends itself to that stuff, but I would have to give up some of my own enjoyment in terms of the hobby because, you know, like, I don't get to put on a YouTube video when I'm streaming, obviously, because I'll be the one being the YouTube video for other people, essentially. And that is a role that I would say I'm good at. I was worried about having to fight Kevin, by the way, because if he keeps running away, the ammo is going to be a problem. He can also just kill us, is the other problem. Because we're just a wee babby for the time being. But hey, maybe we'll be fine. Copium. Just shoot him in the shoulder. I'm just gonna reload because we're about to, like, send him off, basically. Nice, okay. I forgot to account for the fact that he doesn't have a ton of health. So it went very nicely. And this is quite a good gun. Maybe not against, like, the general wave stuff, so we might sell it and get some of our money back. Switch to, oh, I don't know, like a nail gun or something. We'll see. But, yeah, we're gonna keep on keeping on. I guess we could also just hold on to it, but like with 1600, what could we get? We could pick up a nail gun, maybe get it like full. You know what? Let me do that. Let me do that. That seems reasonable. We got plenty of grenades. We haven't actually used any. And did we get full ammo? We did. Well, that's kind of pointless then. I guess if it stays, we might hit it up later. I do love the areas, because we are currently in the process of grinding XP, so it makes sense that we try to hit these up whenever possible. But yeah, I'll figure out my niche, essentially. For the time being, I'm just here to have a good time. The very active weekend did mean that I missed, like, a bunch of potentially pivotal announcements. Such as, you know, like a bunch of streamery goodness that other folks were up to. But to be honest, like, that's something that I think you have to, like, live with if you want to be active on this platform, because everyone is, like, doing their own thing, you know? And the only way you're going to be there for everybody else's stuff is if you don't really do much of your own. And even then, if you have, like, other stuff come up in your life, like, even if you're just a dedicated viewer, there can come situations where it's like, well, you're not going to be able to make every single stream. Unless that's, like, the most important thing in your life, which, by the way, if it is, like, that's kind of cool. Although, I don't know if it really will make you happy. I think it's sometimes better to have, like, some other stuff going on. Man, I can't believe that was a headshot. Once again, I'm going to be very surprised at the sheer number of elite crawlers in Endless, but I'll get used to it someday. It's been too long since I really, like, played a ton of Endless. That wasn't so bad, and we did make a ton of money, so eventually we'll be able to grab the G36C again. I'm looking forward to it. This assault rifle, if you will. I do love this map. All the, like, little design cues and everything, they're just so cool. So much tender love and care. Let's not sell it, that would be dumb. Yeah, I think we're just gonna start saving up for this assault rifle. That's the plan of action currently. I guess the other thing that I could do is maybe try to keep my weekends a little bit more open. And I could then stream on the weekends and maybe do some hobby stuff throughout the weekdays. I don't know. I do think that I'm going, like, way too deep into the inside baseball topic of, like, Twitch in general. And I think it's fairly boring for other folks. It's kind of easy to talk about, but probably extremely boring for anybody tuning in. But I kind of did the, you know... Oh, we're already in the area. Cool. Kind of already did the rattling off of what I did over the weekend. And I guess I could have some anecdotes, but I'm debating how low I want to stoop for that. because I do have a story, but it is one of those weird ones, right? Where like it happened to me, and I don't like. It's one of those. How do I put this? It's not a bad thing that happened to me. Like not mega bad, I guess is maybe the best way of putting it. It was not a pleasant experience, but I just don't know if telling the story will help or hinder my case. You know. In fact, I think it would hinder my case. So I guess I have to determine whether or not I'm okay with being like my own worst enemy in this particular topic. So you're not raged. That's actually wonderful. Okay, it went down. Took everything out of me, but it went down. Probably gonna get vomited on. No, that was a good jump. Good enough apparently. But yeah, so this is, you know what, I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story and I'll leave the judgment up to everybody listening. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. In the moment, I think I conducted myself well enough, and I think making judgment after is maybe okay. I think people do it anyway, so maybe it's fine. And if it's not, and if you think it makes me an asshole, then, hey, I guess, you know, I was right about myself then. I can always just use that, like fall back into that old habit. So what happened was, it was my brother's birthday party, which I mentioned was kind of like just a handful of people, not that many folks. Like I said, it was 5 or 6 folks like throughout the whole thing, which is totally fine. Sometimes you don't want a big bash, essentially. It gets harder to manage, gets harder to organize. So I respected that decision to make it like smaller, essentially. However, one of the people invited there was like an acquaintance, friend of a friend. I don't know what would be the right term to refer to them. Give me a moment, I shall attempt to hydrate. I say attempt because I can't seem to get a hold of my little like tankard. But either way, friend of a friend is at this birthday bash, and essentially, there's like a little bit of a history to it, I guess. So let me hit you with the stuff. As I do on stream, I try to be like the funny guy whenever possible. I just really enjoy making people laugh. It's one of the reasons why I actually enjoy streaming as well. I hope that some people maybe laugh, giggle, whatever at some of the awful, stupid, silly jokes that I make. That's the hopium at least. And I mean, if they don't, then hey, I still get to make them. And at least sometimes I crack myself up with them, which is probably a bad thing and maybe a sign of psychosis, but I don't really mind that much. So I said it, actually I think it was something in a movie or a song, and I made a joke about how it'd be like the perfect line for a Tinder bio. And obviously, you know, I'm gonna self-depreciate myself because that's like the easiest target. It's gonna involve nobody like hurting, because I don't really mean what I say, and I'm not really being mean to myself. I'm just, you know, like picking the most acceptable target. That's at least like my logic with the whole self-depreciation. But I can't remember the exact quote. It was something delicious at the end. And I mentioned that, oh, that's like my Tinder bio, incidentally. And she was curious about the delicious bit of it. This is like a group conversation, but she piped into it with the delicious bit. And I essentially just said, and this is the part where I don't really feel responsible for the way that this went, because I didn't mean it that way. But I said like, oh, well, there's only one way to find out if that's true. And I think that's when this person in particular, so this is a lady we're talking about, took it as like a flirtatious remark, which I didn't mean it that way at all. I meant it more so in general, like that's why I would put it on Tinder, because the implication, like it's an implied flirt, but it's not a flirt from me to you. It's a flirt from me to the hypothetical, you know, people on Tinder, essentially. It's complicated, I wouldn't expect anybody to understand. But either way, I think she thought that I was flirting with her, which was kind of weird, and I got this vibe. And again, I think it's fine to be realistic and explain my thought process here. I think it's a little big-headed and maybe shallow to assume anything slightly potentially flirtatious is always meant for you. Like, I get it, this is like an attractive girl, I don't know, she's not really my type, but she's not ugly or whatever. But to think that anybody talking to you is definitely flirting with you, I think is kind of egotistical, you know? It's like, you're just like some random chick, like not everyone's out to try to bang you, girl. Maybe they are, in which case that must get really tiring for you, but in this case, I don't care. This is my brother's birthday. I'm not about to try to fucking pick up one of these 6 guests at a tiny, like, micro birthday party, because that would be awkward as fuck. Why would I do that? This is not really the scene to do any of this, and I think that's okay. It doesn't have to be. I know some folks are like, oh, no, but, you know, like, you're always on the prowl. I don't know, I don't agree with that. I think, you know, it also comes down to mood. maybe you're not in the mood to hunt that particular night. I wasn't. I was just like, bro, I'm just here to chill. I didn't get like quite enough sleep in the first place. I was happy to have a smaller crowd and just be like, hey, let's have like, you know, a modicum of fun, essentially. Let's waste an evening together, if you will. And I mean that in like a positive way, you know, like I'm not trying to say like, oh, it was shit. But either way, so I think she took like an off-the-cuff remark as like a very flirtatious comment towards her, which probably set the mood, but in a negative way, for things to come. And obviously, you know, everyone was under the influence of various substances, which happens in parties often. Usually often. So essentially what happened was, and I guess I'll wait the 45 seconds because it gives me slightly more time to go into the story. I don't even remember. I think it was one of the most inorganic ways to ask this question, but essentially I was asked if I'm single. Now, I am, and I don't really think that's shameful, especially in today's day and age. Like, I don't really think a lot of people are actually in committed relationships. It's not really a thing for my age group to do that. In fact, it's one of the big problems we have socially, I think. But I digress, and I don't really find it shameful, because I think I'm mature enough to be like, yeah, like I'm looking, and when I see someone that I'm interested in, or if I meet someone that I'm interested in, you know, I'll try my luck. Maybe we'll go out on a couple dates, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. You know, you keep going. And I got plenty of shit going on in my life where, to be honest, fitting another human being into this, like on a more regular basis, might be rather difficult. But I digress. So essentially, she asked me if I was single, and I was taken aback by this completely out of nowhere question. And I did, in fact, stutter. Keep in mind, again, I'm also drunk. Like, I'll let you in on the secret. I was definitely drunk as hell as well, along with everybody. As it turns out, at a party that involves a ton of alcohol, you might run into drunk people. Drunk people maybe don't, you know, do the best that they can. Which is also why I kind of let her off the hook. So she asked me if I was single, and she essentially tried to turn it into this extremely shameful thing of, like, I think her remark after was like, oh, like, I could tell. And I'm like, is this supposed to be hurtful? Because, like, this is the kind of stuff that you would, you know, be told in high school. Like, if a girl in high school... In fact, I think I had this exact, like, conversation in high school. The difference was that the girls and myself, like, everyone involved was 14 years old. Which makes it a lot more acceptable to say something really dumb like that. Of, like, oh, aren't you, like, embarrassed about the fact that you don't have a significant other? And I'm like, no, not really. I don't think it says much about me, to be honest. But whatever, I think it says more about you than me that you think that this is a put down. And that was kind of the situation where I thought it was such a stupid thing, right? Like, this woman is supposed to be, I think, 25 years old. I'm 28, for the record. And like I said, we are having this conversation that is straight out of, like, fucking high school. It's the dumbest shit. It's just really dumb. In my opinion. You are, of course, entitled to your own opinion, so please call me out if I'm being completely reasonable. But I genuinely just thought that it was really fucking dumb. To the point that I usually don't have a difficulty, like, regardless of the amount of alcohol ingested. Well, obviously, to a certain point. But I have a very good ability to communicate in general. Like, I can keep talking, I don't really need to take the time to think about what I'm about to say, and even if I do, I think I can take reasonable pauses that don't necessarily make other people want to jump in immediately. The one problem I have is I use too many $3 words, and I also kind of tend to go long, but hey, guess what? That works for streaming. Long, massive, girthy sentences work on this platform at least. Maybe less so in real life, but hey, one day I'll figure that shit out too. So either way, it's very uncommon for me to stutter or have to take a very long kind of out-of-nowhere pause. But in this case, I did have to literally consider, like, what the fuck? Am I being asked this question seriously? Because it's such, like, an irony-dense sentence, you know? Like, oh, are you single? I can tell. It's like, like, I don't know. It's not often that I cringe in real life. In fact, I for the longest time didn't understand the whole cringe humor because it just didn't really, like, work with me. But this was definitely a case of IRL cringe for me, where I was just sat there thinking, like, okay, like, I'm very confused as to what is going on. So that was maybe, like, a not-so-nice part of my evening. Because I think, again, it was supposed to be hurtful. I don't think it really, like, hurt me. It's like, you know, being held up, like, taken hostage, but with a butter knife. Like, obviously, it's not good that you've been taken hostage. At the same time, the person is not going to do anything to you, right? Because it's a fucking butter knife. I guess I maybe should not have reloaded there, but it works in the end. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, everything just keeps, like, jumping at me, alright. I guess whatever works, man. Alright, he went down too. We did get the area, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, essentially this situation, I think the best like comparison I could make is indeed getting held hostage with a butter knife. It is definitely not nice, and it can still potentially be traumatic if you have to say it that way, but you were never really in any danger. At the same time, you still kind of hate it, because you're like, come on now. It was very out of left field, and I didn't see it coming. But like I said, the big part of it, in my opinion, was that the other person was also under the influence. So if I had to guess, it was more that coming, you know, to the forefront than anything else. But hey, I don't know. I don't see into other people's heads, and frankly, I don't want to. I will, again, report that despite the fact that I'm very judgmentally talking about this now, which, like I said, might make me an asshole, and if I am, hey, let me know, I guess. I think it does. I think it does make me an asshole, but I think in the moment I was mature enough to be like, well, I'm not gonna, like, turn this into a big moment, you know? Like, I'm not about to fucking go off because I was insulted, or I guess, like, an insult attempt was made? I'm confused. I'm not sure exactly what happened. So I didn't really do much about it. But this person was kind of off the whole evening. I don't know what was going on with her. But that's okay. Everybody involved, I think, handled themselves with gravitas and poise. So maybe there are some hurt feelings. Clearly on my part, there's a lot of unresolved trauma, considering I talked about this for, oh, I don't know, like 7 minutes. But I'm sure that my therapist will be able to help me cope with it somehow. And by my therapist, I mean a bottle of whiskey in my freezer. That's the only therapist I need. Ha ha, boomer humor. There you go, there you go. We had to end on a high note, clearly. I mean, the rest of the weekend was rather good, so I can't really complain. Even this, like I said, was completely fine. It's the kind of thing where it's more the intent that you start to think about. But the other thing I mentioned right when we went live is that I actually finally fucking shaved, bro. I'm so happy. I don't know / don't care if I look better when I have a beard and a mustache. A lot of people have been telling me that I do. I don't know if I agree with them. It's tough to say, but I'm more comfortable, like infinitely more comfortable, actually just shaving. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's something that I'm more used to. It's historically how I look. It's the look I did for years, basically. And as a consequence, I'm just, you know, like, more into it, I guess. I might, like, go back and do more with facial hair. Not really sure yet. Let's actually heal, because the sirens, like, keep on coming. Good old combination of sirens and flesh pounds, as usual. Okay, I think we are, like, you know, stabilizing a little bit. Should have reloaded a little earlier, but we also could have had the quarter pound, like, just kill the guy that was grabbing us, obviously. Interestingly enough, I think this is going worse than the previous attempt, which is kind of weird. But I think the map is just different, basically. We haven't been hanging out in the best spots. And in the off chance that we do, we tend to be pushed out quite fast. But that's fine. We're just here to get as much XP as we can, and then move on to something else. So to say that I had some traumatic experiences over the weekend would be kind of exaggerating, for sure. This isn't really a very tragic thing that happened to me. It's more confusing, because, again, I'm not really sure if the person involved, like, literally has this opinion. And if they do, again, I kind of worry for them. And also, it's just kind of a disingenuous position to hold, because this lady in question is also single, right? So that's, like, another confusing element to this whole thing, where, like, you thinking that a person who is single is despicable is an opinion you can have. I think it's a very bad opinion to hold, personally, but it is an opinion. You're entitled to have it. At the same time, I think it's a rather big double standard to take the opinion that someone being single is bad, but you being single is not. Or perhaps that's the actual projection part of it, where it's like, oh, apparently you don't really like being single, huh? Another theory that was proposed by some of the people involved after this particular person left is that maybe this was like a very, very bad attempt at flirting. In which case, again, I'm like blown away because I think it's so bad that I'm not even flattered by it. I find it impossible to be flattered by this because it's just rude and awkward. Like, please go back to the drawing board. Like, it's not even that I don't like you, it's just the principle of the thing. Like, this is just bad. I don't see, you didn't show your work, it seems shitty. Like, consider, like, taking it from the top. Just give it, like, a take two. This clearly is not your forte, and there's nothing wrong with that, but just, like, practice more, I guess is what I'm saying. Just put in a little bit more effort. Just the tiniest bit, you know? But like I said, it's kind of meaningless, and it doesn't take away from an otherwise very, very, very cool weekend. So it was all in good fun. I do think that maybe I went a little hard, considering I got, I think, a total of 12 hours of sleep over the last, like, weekend, basically. It's a little bit rough. And again, the smart thing would be to then go to bed early tonight to get some rest before another work week. But here I am streaming again. I could have just, you know, uploaded the VODs, been like, alright, that took like half an hour to an hour, now it's time to do whatever, and been done with it. But instead, I was like, hey man, let's do a stream though. And I can't say I regret it, is the worst part. Like, it's just a lot of fun to play a video game and talk. I at least really, really enjoy it. Ugh, I do need to change my sitting posture, because I got that gamer posture, man. I think in a few years, it's gonna catch up with me. It's unavoidable, inevitable. But until then, nothing's ever gonna catch me. I'm looking to get to level 15 with SWAT, for sure. So if we can manage that, I'd be very happy. I don't know what I would take, to be honest. Like, suppression rounds is quite good. I like ammo vests because it's useful. At the same time, it's going to mean that I complain a lot, because then ammo is going to be more expensive, technically, because we buy more of it. But that counts for something. Being able to complain about something is very important to me. As someone that really, really enjoys being a whiny bitch, I like being able to have the capacity to be an even whinier bitch, you know? It's something that I work on every day. Some people say you should work on not being a whiny bitch, but I say, be the whiny bitch that you are.
Well, almost. Protect the area.
I definitely do need to drink, like, a lot more water, because again, today, I just did not drink a lot of water. I was on the move a lot, like, during the afternoon. As it often happens, when it's a family birthday party thing, you're going out, and then you're going back to somebody else's place, and then you're going from point A to B from there. I wouldn't say a lot was happening, but enough was happening where being near a water bottle at all times was not really a possibility, and making sure that I'm hydrated was also not a possibility. Or not so much. But, you know, it's fine. We'll do our best to at least, like, drink 2 liters over the course of the stream, hopefully. That would be pretty nice. It might mean that we'll have some more of those dreaded biological functions, and we may have to combat those with some bathroom breaks, but I think we'll be fine. Somehow, some way, we will get through that together. You can hold my hand while I go to the bathroom and make sure that I come out alright. This is an awful spot for an area, by the way. But then that's like half the areas on this map. Essentially, anything that isn't the one hold that I like is bad on this map. And that's kind of the situation with Killing Floor in general. Any map has 1 or 2 good holds. If you're not in those currently, then you're complaining about being in another location. I'm so happy that it was only the one. I think we can, like, get him without the grenade. Yeah, we can. It's a lot more clumsy, but the Z time kind of made me go like, hey man, maybe we can pull this off. It's a lot easier to do with the grenades, obviously, so I think I just should have done that in the first place. Lesson learned for the future. I wonder if this boss is going to get us to level 15. It's still quite a ways off, though. I think bosses are like 2 to 3k. Even with the 30% bonus, that's not gonna be that much. Yeah, we're missing quite a bit, like 1500. I don't think a boss is 1500 XP. Now that I'm thinking about it, I said like 2 to 3k, but that is like way too high of a number. I mean, hey, only one way to figure it out. I do want to be in a different spot, maybe. I guess we can use like some of these pillars. Let's try here. Let's try here. Although if it is Matriarch, the Edar's gonna be annoying because they have like a shooting gallery on all sides. It's just something we're gonna have to deal with, I guess. Let's see. It is Matriarch. I called it, and she's gonna come in through the door right after she turns around. You know, she's gotta do her close-up, show her wonderful nuclear pustules on her face and stuff. It's very important. And here she comes. Here she comes. Here's the Matriarch again. No, you don't get to plasma me. I am the one that plasmas. Maybe that is like a gun they should put into the game. It would be kind of cool. If we have a Husk cannon, why not a Matriarch cannon? It would be kind of funky, especially if you get to beat the Matriarch with it. So we're gonna have those Edars that I was talking about. Wouldn't you know it, yeah, like I was right. They have a field day from up top there. Incidentally, we have a very easy time killing them too, so maybe it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Kinda wish that she got EMP'd there. So why did you get so many Edars, I guess is my question now. Because this is like 6 all of a sudden. You know what, I'll kill like a bunch of them. I can't kill any of them because they are all facing sideways. And apparently, you know, it's impossible to hit their chest. So we have seriously like 8 Edars? You're seriously summoning like fucking 18 dudes now. Okay. After just breaking like one thing. I guess technically we also broke her helmet, now that I'm thinking about it. So maybe that's why there were so many. Also kind of explains why they were a little bit staggered, you know? They didn't like all come at the same time. Alright, all her stuff is broken, so we're not necessarily gonna have to stick in this spot. The good thing is we have a speed boost compared to most perks, so we can like dodge her attacks a lot easier. Again, I wish that you had gotten EMP'd. Just make it a lot easier. She doesn't care about being EMP'd, apparently. She just doesn't care about game mechanics. Well, you know what? I don't care about you being alive then. And that does get us the level 15. I didn't actually witness how much XP it was. But I guess it was probably around 2k based on how much we jumped in terms of the progress bar.
Lurks in the fog.
To be honest, for the most up-to-date information, you should just look at like the Google Doc that they have for Killing Floor. It includes literally everything. And God bless the people that made that. Shout out to those folks. You know who else I want to shout out? I want to shout out like 90% of the people that follow me on Twitter who, and I didn't know that this was such a saturated market. Apparently every single person that follows me, essentially, barring like 3 people, is just a graphics artist who is trying to self-promote on Twitter. And I respect the hustle. I gotta be honest with you. I respect the hustle greatly. Because there's so many of them. Over the course of like the last 1.5 months, I must have seen, I want to say, close to like 50 of these people. They all tend to be like women who actually seem to have good talent when it comes to this stuff. Like the stuff that I saw on their profile didn't look bad. None of it is awful looking. That's a big compliment. None of it looks like shit. But yeah, like these are all decent artists and they're trying their best to make it in this crazy kooky world by following a random literal one-view streamer. So I don't really know what the deal is there. I guess they think I'm going to ask them for overlays, but I don't think I'm going to ask anybody for anything. Like, you don't understand. My stream quality, it's never been. We don't do that here. We do it raw, uncut, unfiltered. That's what I prefer, baby. God, that sounds wrong, doesn't it? I guess that was the intention on my part, though. I was gonna say, it seems too easy to have just a clear vision to my friend the Scrake. Scrakey, my friend! Alright, let's change to single shot. And pretend we're not about to get, like, another, like, bunch of shit. Hey, guess what? It's another bunch of shit. For a second I thought something was alive in there. But yeah, we'll see how much we can stream next week, because there is a secret project, actually secret, that I don't want to talk about because, you know, these are public VODs, and the people that I would be, like, doing this for might hear about it. But there are a couple secret projects, like gift things that I need to work on. So we'll need to find the time to do that. over the course of, oh, I don't know, the next couple weeks, because by Christmas time they should be ready. We'll have to see what we can do. I know for a fact that I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have something else scheduled. So we definitely won't be live on Monday, just as like a little heads up. But I will update the stream schedule, I think. That's, again, something that I'm struggling with, because I like having the stream schedule. I think it's cool to have. I think it's useful. The problem I have is, once again, I think it's going to be difficult to keep it updated if I want to do like a bunch of shit. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do, but I'll try to at least have the stream schedule tab of the Twitch channel updated to reflect whatever it is we're gonna be doing. Give me but a moment, I want to check something while we're over here. I thought I heard like a notification again. I think I'm just hallucinating half the time. Apparently that's just what we do. Well, it is what it is. Should definitely heal and essentially just run back to that one spot that we like so much. The primary hold, boring but functional, is the name of the game. But yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out how to balance all that stuff together. And maybe we get it right, maybe we don't. I got no clue. But we're gonna give it our best shot and see what we can do. But it does mean that tomorrow is not a day that I will be live. But hey, today is normally not a day that I'm live, so something for something, I guess. Oh baby, is this one of those husk waves? No, thankfully it's MumblezTV. I'm not sure if that's better, to be honest, because we kind of coast on by with the headshots. And now their heads are like twice as durable. Incidentally, they're also way easier to hit, and they look hilarious, so that has to count for something. Look at that. The rioters straight up look sick. Maybe twisted is the better term, because, you know, sick implies that there is a cure, but I don't think there's a cure for this. What a good Z time. What a wonderful Z time. Bloats also have like some unique ability to look very, very threatening with gigantic heads. I mean, we're managing. I feel like we can kind of fight these guys at mid-range now because their heads are so large. Even with the spread, we're hitting them most of the time. I guess this messes with Sharpshooter like a lot more. Well, at least before you get like 5 stacks of Rack 'em Up. And I guess like EDARs could be something that becomes annoying. More EDARs? Oh, we have gotten hit. I was gonna say, like, maybe we've been doing this flawless. Okay, he missed. Oh, there's 3 of them. Damn it. Well, we got that guy. That's pretty good. That has to count for something. They can't really shield their heads. That's kind of cute. Man, I swear to God, like, that is the one thing I hope they change in any future Killing Floor games. The actual angle of attack on like half of these fucking guys literally being like, if you can be pushed into a corner, get pushed into corner. It just feels sloppy, you know? I think it might be difficult to program, but it's very annoying for like playing the game when you're just like, oh, so like in any room, I gotta just avoid like any possible corner at all times, lest I intend to get pushed in there, and that never ends well. It will never end well. You lose so much HP. I think if this was anything other than our current lowish difficulty, we would have just died straight up, which is sad, but I mean, hey, we're also just level 15, so to say that we don't have all of our abilities is putting it lightly. And clearly what we're missing is a fully upgraded pistol. Like, now we are in control of our destiny. This was the only thing missing in the previous fight. I keep joking around about it, but one day it's gonna come in handy. Technically speaking, anytime I get caught with my pants down, with neither gun loaded, it's a good argument to make, like, hey, just use the 9mm. It's not bad in terms of damage. But I never really do. I think SWAT has some weapon switch speed, but I'm not sure. Does it? Yeah, they do. I guess we could also switch to ammo vest. We did run out of ammo previously. Oh, it's a husk wave. Joy of fucking joys. So this is what I was talking about. 27 husks, obviously with a few EDARs in there. And you're gonna notice that it's gonna get very frustrating very fast. That's like kind of good, because they all lined up and attacked at the same time. The more annoying thing is when they kind of like turn into a rhythmic, like constant kind of shooting, you know? Like, look at this. They're kind of like doing the same stuff that's easier to dodge. But when it's like 1, 2, 3, it gets really frustrating and a lot more difficult to deal with. I've also been literally air juggled by these fucking husks before. Like, you feel like you're playing Street fucking Fighter, man. I just air juggled him. Well, technically they air juggled him into me, which could end very poorly because they can just suicide attack and kill me. But it gets crazy. I've had situations where I get like literally directly hit by a husk flamethrower ball thing, get knocked into the air like 20 fucking feet, and then another husk somehow hits me at like the apex of my fucking like flight path. It's insane. I'm like, how could you do that? Did you like fucking talk this over with the other husk? Did you guys like are you on comms is I guess my question? Look at all that. So fucking many of them. This could also be a lot worse because they could just be using their flamethrower attacks, but we're not that, you know, we're not on that difficulty yet. I think wave 20 onwards we're gonna have more trouble with that. Like, look at that. He just turned a corner and he was already shooting. He rode the knockback. Because of fire resistance, it's also very frustrating because they won't deal a ton of damage to themselves. Yeah, like I thought I was dodging, but apparently I wasn't dodging good enough. Good enough, man. Not good enough. We should like go for the tank shots instead of the headshots, but force a habit. It's not impossible to do a husk wave, but you know what is impossible? It's to do it in good spirits. That's always going to be a challenge. To not lose hope when you're faced with such adversity. What can man do against such reckless husking? I did get a wonderful reaction gif from the Burbs that I am probably going to use like everywhere going forward. So our ammo is going to be less of an issue, but money is going to be tighter, obviously, as a consequence. Swings and roundabouts, obviously. You win some, you lose some. It's kind of nice that we got to our level 15 goal, though, and we are still pushing. And we got through a husk wave, so it's always an accomplishment. I'm just going to come back to the primary hold here. I really like this spot. It's very good. You have, like, a built-in escape. Very useful. Is it another husk wave? It's back-to-back husk waves, baby! Let's go! That's so bad. look at my pro strats. Yeah, that was like so good. We stunned one of them. Oh, he's doing the suicide attack. He kind of like triggered it like early, I thought. A lot of EDARs is not necessarily bad. Might prefer the EDARs to the husks in this case. So if you ever like wondered why people don't play Endless more often, this is actually why. You're seeing it in real time. Like right now, I'm being punished for essentially playing the game, and I'm just having to kill husks, and it's incredibly frustrating. My health is rapidly decreasing. My will to live is gone. My smile and optimism are also gone. But I guess, you know, we're hurting them into a choke point, so that has to count for something. And I'm here to tell you, this could be way worse. This could still be worse. You might be thinking to yourself, wow, does it get worse than double husk wave? Yes, it does. It actually, even Shotz is like, yes. But it does in fact get worse, because you also have boom, where killing the Zeds means that you take damage, essentially, because they explode. And they deal a ton of damage. Medium to large Zeds also incidentally do like nuclear explosions, not with the poison, but they deal much heavier AoE basically. I'm surprised that didn't hit me. I would be thanking my lucky stars for that one. Like I said, it's not that doing this is impossible, it's just incredibly annoying. But hey, at least we got to wave 20. That has to count for something. Alrighty. Well, Truck Kun, we are here once again. I am once again asking for your emotional support in fighting the boss. Who's it gonna be? It's Kevin, once more. So far we've had Papa, Mama, into Papa. And Papa is on, like, the other side of the map. He didn't get the memo that we ran, like, a little baby from all the husks. Is calling yourself a little baby still okay? Because I know that, you know, with, like, current gender politics and stuff, saying, like, run like a little girl, is kind of toxic. It was always toxic, by the way. It's just I think people are more open about actually calling folks out on it. But like little babies cry a lot, right? Like I think that's still not really been. That's not something we're revising. I think that's still what they do. It holds true. And it's not really gender related. Like everyone has been a baby at some point in their life, hopefully. Maybe like you speed ran your life and you skipped the baby part. I don't know. If you did, like drop a hint how you did it. I'm very curious. A life speed run just sounds like a very like bad way of ending yourself, though. If I'm honest. Do we think we can kill him? No, corners are gonna be the death of us. Nah. The damage fall off makes it impossible. We do have a lot more ammo now, so I'm okay with having to do this fight multiple times at the moment. And I mean, we took barely any damage during the first time. There's also an ammo crate. I'm positive that there's a chance we make this. I do want to reload this thing, just to have and to hold. I was gonna say, like, yep, this was guaranteed to happen. You gotta take, like, random 40, like, armor damage from 2 Zeds, basically, just converging. Yeah, everything is literally, like, 3 Zeds. We killed 9 of them, by the way, without any damage taken. But then you get 3 that are just, like, perfectly triangulated on your position. Clearly. It wouldn't be killing floor 2 if you didn't get bullshitted by half the enemies in the game. I'm just used to it by now, man. I'm absolutely used to it. So far, we've taken more damage from random crawlers than we have from Kevin. But I think that's just a part of the killing floor 2 boss fight experience. Keeps missing. Do we have a way of, like, bringing him down? No. We're losing track of him once again. Yep. Let's just get out of, like, this part of the map. Maybe if I had switched weapons, I could have gotten him, now that I'm thinking about it. But I don't know, G36 still seems better at range. So this is like a bad idea, by the way. Get this ammo now, because they can spawn up top, drop down, and be annoying. But it kind of worked. I do want to see what this is capable of on like wave 20. The nail gun. The nail gun. Kind of want him to get closer. It does like do the business, apparently. So we're gonna try to do this thing where we're gonna stick to nail gun and then switch over to G36 to chase. You're taking like a much worse path for me. Yeah, that's a no-go. That's an absolute no-go. That's a nope from me. Well, we are out of armor, but we're not playing like tank support, so it wasn't like an integral part of our strategy to have armor in the first place. It's not as if I just cleared everything and, you know, there's 2 more stalkers, of course. Of course. Oh, that's you. The Trail of Desperation. It sounds like a great, like, metal song. Oh man, he's really like messing up Truck Kun over here. Holy. I was gonna say, man, like, how fast are you? I'm supposed to be slightly faster than you with my passives. Apparently nail gun with the triple shot is still better than G36 against him, which I guess makes sense because he doesn't have a whole lot of armor. So I think I made that boss fight a little bit harder on myself than it needed to be. But you live and you learn. The assault rifle was kind of advertised as the premier boss-killing tool of the SWAT, so I kind of took it as gospel, you know? I was like, oh yeah, of course. But apparently there's something to be said about getting hit in the face with, like, 3 nails every, like, half second. Apparently that can be rather painful and detrimental to one's well-being. I wouldn't know. Thankfully, I've not had that experience yet, but I don't intend to change that. So we're still at it after all these years. And by all these years, I mean 48 minutes. I guess this is a slightly like more spawn dense map, because previously I think it took us an hour or so to get to this wave, and this has been a lot faster, which I don't really mind. We would like to still do some stuff for Gunslinger, just to get that daily out of the way. And I mean, our Gunslinger is like level 18, so maybe we could get to like, you know, level 20. That would be kind of nice. We can try to do that. We can give it the old college try, as some would say. One of these days, going from point A to B is going to be problematic for us. So there's someone in this area. It turned red. I think it only turns red when there's a duder in it.
Watch out. Something is close.
Probably, yeah, probably one of those stalkers. Those stalkerini types. I mean, if we need to leave this area, we can. I would rather, like, not for the XP, but again, if we need to run, we will. Can I down you before anything else? Well, we didn't really decide to leave, we were forced. We were ejected from the premises, essentially. Let me get back in there and kill you all. I think there was a fourth, but maybe he's already dead. Oh, there's definitely more coming. No doubt about that. Take a little bit of ammo. Okay, so we're... Ah, I want to throw Granado. Well, that's not gonna do anything, is it? And the knockback on those pounds is something else. Let's see. Can you just knock me in there? Thank you. You're not really raging, just attacking, which in this case is rather good. I don't think we're gonna have Scrakes this wave, from the looks of it. And we can actually leave now, so we can kind of use that little ledge to dodge some incoming damage. Yeah, I think we only had pounds this time. What was it, 2 or 3 flesh pounds and like a couple quarters? The quarters are totally fine, to be honest, and even the flesh pounds are not like that difficult to deal with. The problem we're gonna be facing soon is the pre-rage is gonna happen more often. So they're gonna actually spawn when they're angry, and that's really frustrating because until they get a hit in, they're not really calming down. So the only option is to basically tank a hit, or potentially get that pro gamer parry, which I definitely won't be doing under pressure, by the way. That's just a no-go. Like, that's not happening. I don't think I have the huevos to pull that off, as some would say. I think now is also a good time for me to take like a brief break. If you'll excuse me, I shall be back in a few minutes. Let me just get back into that one hold, because I might forget otherwise. And I would feel bad if we died just because we are not, like, in position. So give me but a moment. Let's see. Okay, sorry for the abrupt little end of the song there, but I have returned. Took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and grab some more water. Let me change the scene back. There we go. Alright, so, where were we? Alright, it's just wave 21. We're already in the hold spot. I remember doing that. I was very smart to move back to here. I guess we can skip the trader then. I wanted to get my bearings before we hit that button. I wanted to make sure that there was a chance we actually survive. Is Mumbles that again? I mean, hey, it went pretty well last time, so maybe, just maybe, it's gonna be the one to save me. Let's just see how it goes. Very quiet so far, is my big complaint. You're gonna die. One day. Yeah, probably like hitting the tank would have been slightly smarter in that case, but it worked, so I will not be complaining. Really, 3 of you, huh? Man. Apparently they didn't get set off, which is very interesting. But the first one like didn't get killed. And he continues to not get killed. I don't even know how. Bro, how are you alive? Like, are you insane? That must have been like 134 nails like shot there into the heads of everybody present. That's insane. This game, man. This game sometimes. Oh my lord. Like, I don't even know, dude. Being body blocked by a siren of all things. We're definitely pushing into the territory that feels like we're no longer expected to succeed. As a little level 15 SWAT over here, but we're trying. Damn it, we're giving our best. Which is also why I'm coming back to this one hold, because at least here I got like some feel of maybe there's a way we succeed. We are gonna run out of nails as well, by the way, and also potentially health if we're not careful. And bloats are like impossible to kill with this shit, man. I didn't really notice that before. Let's try to get the bloat. And also, let's have that guy run around a little bit. It's only the 2 of them now, so... Again, I feel like maybe it would have been better to just do that in the first place. Okay, that was a little spooky, but in the end it worked. Lost a lot of health, a lot of ammo, and a lot of like belief in myself. But hey, at the same time, we've been at this for almost an hour now, so it's gonna have to end, and we know that it only ends one way in Endless. Although I think you can actually get to like wave 300 and something and potentially finish an Endless game because of the way it's coded, but I don't think we are going to be doing that tonight. Also, even if you skip Trader, I think that's gonna take probably like 18 hours of gameplay, so no, I will not be doing that. Hey, it's a Scrake Wave. I guess we can test something. I'm kind of curious about that. It's not going to be a very professional test, but I am curious, like, which is better, the nail gun or the G36. I mean, we kind of have to. These guys are faster. Let's just wait for him to, like, get here. Okay, so 1, kind of like 2 seconds, it felt like. Yeah, they kind of bundled up. Let's, like, have him come downstairs. So I want to say, like, approximately, like, 2 seconds with the nail gun in triple shot mode. I think this will probably only get 1. 1. Kind of the same, it seems. So he's rage, but goes down. G36 almost seems better, doesn't it, against these guys? Yeah, it seems, like, very, very good. Quite heavy damage, apparently. I guess I'll have to keep that in mind. Where's the other one? Because I see... Oh, that's 1? The other is, like, on the ground floor, alright. Nice. Nice and easy. Clean boys, as some would say. You know what? I'll trade a chainsaw hit for your life. Level 16. Sweet 16. He is the swatting queen. That sounds bad, doesn't it? But young and sweet, only level 16. I know it's 17 originally, but hey, we're only 16. You write what you know, apparently. Well, I will once again move back to primary hold. It's boring, but functional. And I'm already, like, very, very overjoyed, because we once again got 4 levels, it feels like. So, that's pretty good. Very, very pleased with that. That's what we came here to do. Maybe we can do a little bit of gunslinger action on the next map. And I'm realistic that it's eventually going to have to be the next map, because, I mean, past a certain point, we're going to get overrun. Might be this wave. So Tiny Terror is going to be annoying, because as we deal damage to the Zeds, they get smaller and very difficult to hit. And because we don't have burst damage in any way, shape, or form, it's going to be hard to track aim. And also, because of the recoil mechanics, you know, as they get smaller, the other problem that we're going to face is we're going to have to do the opposite of what we normally do. Like, it's not enough to just adjust your recoil to keep stuff on target. You have to move your aim downwards, basically, at all times. But it is what it is. They do look really cute, if nothing else, but they are very, very difficult to hit. Oh, you raged. The other one also raged. Well, that's kind of unfortunate, but we can have this guy calm down and deal, like, some damage, and then we are basically forced to leave. We don't have much say about it. Gets us, like, 1 grenade back, which we did use, so that's kind of nice. Oh, you're also raging. Well, joy of joys. So you're calmed down. I don't think the Scrake calms down at all. It's quite a lot of them there, huh? Yep, I'm not gonna let you finish that. I guess we could, like, maybe move back to our primary hold here. Of course, who could forget having a Siren next to a Flesh Pound? Classic combination. It's like the perfect side dish for that pound of beefcake. Incidentally, beefcake is another modifier. We haven't had it yet, like, tonight, but we might. My man is, like, dipping into the floor a little bit. Kind of odd, if you ask me, but hey, we don't kink shame. Let's, like, test this. I mean, that didn't go so well as before, but we are, like, on higher difficulty now, technically, as we keep increasing the wave number. At least the recoil is more easy to manage. So that has to count for something. This has, like, very good damage from the looks of it. I'm not gonna get the extend off of you. Can't remember if 22 would be enough. Apparently it is. Good to know. Oh, I guess you can, like, use this to headshot the riders. That's something to keep in mind. I was gonna say, where's the last couple? Oh, behind me. Of course. I looked away for a second. How dare I? It's so silly how that works, man. Even when there's, like, 4, they keep teleporting all over the place. I mean, hey, Wave 25 boss is gonna be a tough cookie, depending on who we get. But like I said, the copium that I am ingesting right now is the fact that it's already rather good that we got this far. Kind of overshot the mark a little bit. I thought we would get to level 16 and then eventually die. So, you know, I'm already happy with our performance. And if need be, I am ready to move on to Pastures Green. Read other endless games with different perks. I guess we can maybe use this, like, big old tree as our holdout spot for the boss fight. It's thick enough to actually use as cover. Look at that. Sheesh, look at the thickness. Get down with the thickness, as some might say. Sometimes he has, like, funny comments for the higher waves, but I think they usually happen around the 30 mark. I think there's something like, you know, I thought he spawned, like, literally right here, but I guess it was the other tree. But I do think that the Coven announcer has, like, a voice response for, like, wave 30 some, when he's just like wave 32, is this, like, true? Like, does it work properly? Yeah, his movement speed is going to be, like, a problem now. We're going to have a more difficult time dodging his attacks, the melee stuff, because he can actually reach us. Also, really good spot for him to start shooting. Man, I wish I had cripple. But I guess we don't need it. This is what we were just missing the previous fight. Nailgun is way, way better against Kevin. I'll try to make like a mental note of that, but I can't promise you that I'll remember. But hey, that was clean, good work, and a ton of XP. That's like a quarter of what we need for level 17. I don't think we're gonna get level 17 tonight, but you never know. We'll be here as long as we can, and, you know, once they tell us that we need to fucking leave by murdering us repeatedly, then I think we'll get the memo and just leave and play a different map. There's also a part of me that kind of wants to jump into Overwatch, you know? I've already done the dailies this afternoon because I didn't originally plan on coming live. So I was like, I'll just take care of that. And it took, I think, a grand total of 17 minutes. Because I got a really good spread of stuff, and in one game I managed to do like 4 different objectives. Because they were all like support related. I did like a backfill game when I finished off a healing objective that I needed to do because I was missing like 200 healing. So even with like 40 seconds of playtime I was able to get that. And then I did like a final game where it doesn't matter what I do as long as I just completed an all queue, and there you go, job's a good one. I'm not gonna like waste grenades on these guys. They're annoying, but they can be killed very, very easily. You, on the other hand, are my man. And that was actually like clean. And I'm very pleased with that dodge as well. Now, kind of wish we had the G36 in our hands for the sheer number of EDARs. You should care about the EMP, by the way, because that's how the game works. But apparently, he didn't. Just get them knees. Knees and toes, knees and toes. I was gonna say, like, you're not that guy. You're not hitting me. You're not an intellectual, get back here. Also, you should be dead. And I don't mean this in like the toxic way, I mean this in the way that I deployed a bunch of nails into your face. They are currently located inside your cranium, and I do believe that that should have some effect on your ability to function as any kind of being with signs of life. And you apparently don't care, which I find extremely rude. Did I still get tagged by the chainsaw, or was that like one of these guys? I hope it was just one of these. I think it was. So can we actually like, go for the head with this? It looks like we can. Kind of interesting. Always fun when you can like headshot the rioters. It's not with a lot of perks that you can do that. Apparently G36 does allow you to do it on like hard though, which is kind of interesting. I guess it makes sense because it does have, you know, anti-armor rounds, but still kind of a cool mechanic. I was hoping I wasn't on the triple shot yet. Once again, G36 would have been good for this guy too. Still debating if that's faster. Still should probably look at the Google Doc if I really want an answer, but hey, I'm not going to do that right now. I'd rather keep experimenting and just die at one time, basically, and then complain. Mixed for better content is going to be the excuse that I have now. You know, if nothing goes south in that one spot, we tend to do alright. We tend to do okay, generally speaking. So it is something, basically. But, yeah, you never know. I mean, there's nothing that we can upgrade anymore. We're just normally this is the part where in like a co-op / team scenario, having 11k is really rather good because you can just do like a buyback pretty much. When someone goes down, you don't need to necessarily grab their guns. And most perks, if you're into like the 20 plus waves, wouldn't even have the room to do that anymore. Support and survivalist being the exceptions, obviously. But if I had anybody else here, like this amount of money, it would be very comfortable, because if somebody dies, you can still finish the wave, hopefully, and then just throw a bunch of cash at them. So, I mean, doing this area is probably certain death right now, because it's wave 27, we're only level 16. We already struggle in, like, the best spot on the whole map. So let's move to a different one. At least it's close enough, so we were able to move rather fast, but it's also wide open, so husks and EDARs are going to be very annoying. Everything spawns all around as well. So it could be potentially very bad for us, but we're gonna try. And hey, any kill we get is also XP. Even if we don't get the area and just die, we're gonna die like one day anyway, right? That's the copium. I'm kind of happy that she didn't like scream earlier. We need to drop one of these just to be able to get out. Again, I don't know like what happened there, but I wasn't able to throw a grenade the first time.
It's like they are dead, yeah?
I do like the fact that this gun like doesn't have a lot of recoil. Very easy to use.
Have you?
Oh, we got the area already. Cool. I think there's a big flesh pound. We'll need the nail gun for that. For the husk, maybe G36 is better. Just seems better at range. I really wish you would like stop jumping me. I cannot like get the hit. At least you're not like actually How did you not get stunned? I'm confused. I'm very confused.
There you are.
Okay, let's not fight him yet. Because we have like some other boys. I should be doing this more. Like the aim down sights thing.
Now you know Strasse.
We can set him off. Nice, nice. We can kind of like fight at a distance now. With certain guns. Oh really, you piece of garbage. Like you walked all this way unraged and then like, I'm gonna rage. Fucking like, idiot. You're not an intellectual. How dare you? Honestly, that went surprisingly well, considering we were pushed out of our like comfort zone very early on. Maybe there is something to this. Maybe we will succeed. I don't know what that would entail on Endless though. There's definitely no way we get to like wave 300 and something. Just from like a time perspective. I don't intend to be live for that long. I have this thing called my life that I need to attend to, sadly. And it's not even the good bits of my life. It's just sleeping and work, essentially, are the things that get in the way the most. If I could skip all of those, I would have an additional 16 hours, though. Like, that would be highly pog. Unfortunately, I kind of did, like, very little sleep. I did an almost no-sleep run of my current week in the first place. And I didn't intend to do it, but that's how it happened. I did that for good luck, in case you were wondering why he's now shooting the collectibles. It's for luck-based purposes. Well, do we have a modifier? Thankfully we don't. No modifier, no mutation right now. I'm just gonna let stuff come in, slowly but surely. I'd rather do this with the triple shot still. For these, we don't need it, but... yeah, I guess the one downside is going to be... Nail gun has really bad iron sights, it feels like. Like, they're kind of cute, but like, come on.
Watch out! Something is cloaked.
Like, look at that shit. It's more like a joke. It's not real iron sights. Okay, we are going to abandon ship here. Because I'm just more comfortable, like, leaving. Really? Really? That wasn't your tank? Okay, sure, whatever. We'll not be asking questions. But at least she got interrupted. That has to count for something. I think if we want to go back, which is debatable, we should probably go this way. Because at least we get up earlier, and we don't have the risk of something dropping on us so much. Could still happen, but apparently they all are like kind of trailing behind us now. All right, let's see if we can like pick some of them off here. I mean, I'd prefer to shoot the EDAR from the front, obviously, but this kind of works too. You know, I meant to have the poison there clearly. That's a tactical misplay on my part. Let's call it that. We've established before the poison will continue to do nothing because it is essentially worthless against the Zeds. It's good against me, but that's not what we're looking for. Oh, there's another siren, huh? Man, getting those headshot kills on these guys is so much fun. Okay, he is not set off, which is actually good. Oh, look at that. That was actually sweet. Kind of pleased with that one. So I'm gonna let them like drop down a little. I'm gonna kite a little bit down here so that they keep dropping down, hopefully. And I guess we can, like, go up this way. And if we're gonna be doing that, I might as well heal. While we run on back to our favorite little spot. Oh, it's gonna be more pounds. Okay. I see how it is.
There you are.
What's the damage like against these guys? It's not bad. It doesn't seem bad, actually. G36C, like a very good gun, apparently. I guess it makes sense. It is also upgraded, so I don't know why I'm that surprised, but it's kind of nice. It's working rather well. Well, let's switch back to it, I guess. Maybe that was a bad timing. They don't seem to mind the grenade, you know. They didn't take it personally. I'd rather use this against my man the Flesh Pound here. Okay, now he's a little pissed, apparently. You know what? I'll just give you more nails. It's fine. It's completely fine. I don't think he cares. I mean, it's kind of weird that these guys, I think, spawned first, but they spawned so far away that they take so long to fucking get here. It's insane. Or maybe these aren't the first couple, because we heard the chainsaw like spawn noise way in the beginning of the wave. It's kind of weird how spread out that was then. But I won't be asking questions, because we're still making it. I don't know how. We are making quite a big amount of XP every time now, with all of these waves. Like, that was... Let's see, the whole thing is like 11k. That might have been like 1k XP, just for basically doing that wave, which is kind of incredible. Let's get back into it, man. Reload, rearm, and keep going. Okay, so this is like not a bad combination. It's just a Scrake wave, and it's also an area, but that's not that difficult to put together. The thing we gotta be careful with is if they spawn like around the corner somewhere, that can be frustrating. You can easily get like tapped by one of them. But it didn't happen this time, thankfully, so I think we're gonna be okay. It's also a big area, so we should be able to do some stuff here. They kind of like spread out too, which I'm very happy about, because we can make the most of our grenades and essentially do like one at a time takedowns. Now, you might notice one thing, that math apparently says that with 5 grenades, we can kill 5 Scrakes. Now there might be more than 5, because there's 5 now, and we've already killed a few. We only have 2 grenades left, so yes, there will come a point when we can no longer do the clean takedown. It might even happen soon, because they're kind of like jumbled up all together. We still have 1 in us. We can still do 1 easy kill, basically. I don't know what my man is doing. He's apparently like got the hops or something, bro. He's just jumping. I guess what we ideally want to do is just fight 1 at a time still. So like if I can just set up the one of them, that's like way better. Is there an ammo box? Oh, there it is. Nice. Much more comfortable doing it that way.
Why always the chainsaw?
Yeah, if we like stun both, I think that's still fine. The movement speed buffs are something else, man. We never changed our perks, but now they can actually reach us, like guaranteed. Bosses and everything kind of do that now, which is kind of nasty with it, man. It's not what I'm used to, let's put it that way. It does make me reconsider my perk choice a little bit. Not like the entire perk, but just that one ability, because if I'm not going to be using the aim down sights that much, then maybe I should just have heavy armor. Although, I don't know, it gives extra movement speed, right? Yeah, move and sprint faster. I guess I would be taking more damage if I didn't have it. Hard to say. It doesn't feel as sizable anymore. Like, we were able to just kite bosses so much easier before. I guess we'll get to try it out now as well, because it is a boss wave. Let's see who it's gonna be. I'm curious. If we die, like, wave 30 is not a bad time to die as like a level 16 perk, to be honest. And if we survive by some miracle, then we might actually get enough XP. Although it's doubtful, we would need like almost 3,000. I don't know if an Abomination is worth 3k XP. And also, he's gonna be hard to kill. So I'm kind of thinking we start with the G36 for this boy, and then ease on over into the wonderful nail gun. And at that point, I think it's gonna have to be like multi-shot nails every time. At least we can like kind of pick off the Abomination spawn relatively easily. It just is a shame that we have to use, you know, actual precision and ammo to do it. And also, if we want to kite, we kind of need to focus on the little, like, puke marks that he puts down as well. If we want to kite in the same spot, which I'm not sure I want to do, but in the event that we do, we kind of have to contend with that. My man literally just summoned like 20 fucking dudes. I guess we did like break through a shitload of his armor, so it kind of makes sense, but still like frustrating. Okay, yeah, we're dead. We're just straight up dead. He essentially like did the big ol' poison, and then the sucky attack. Like I said, I'm not mad that we died on wave 30 though, and we never did get to switch to the nail gun. I guess we could also try to do a parry there to maybe live, but it's doubtful, to be honest. It's very, very doubtful. I'm still overall very happy. Like, 818 kills is not so bad. Curious about the amount of XP that we made in total. That's really the big one. We'll pick a different map, and I think it's probably going to be... Oh, we got more headshots than I ever have before. Interesting. I guess it makes sense, though, like low damage headshots. Yes, that's 36,000 XP. That's not bad. That is definitely not bad at all. Feeling good about that. Nailgun was one of the heavy lifters for us, clearly. I'm not that big of a fan of Dissector. It's kind of fun because it's an endless only map, but I'm not like the world's biggest fan, to be honest. I don't know, dude. I really just like the same couple maps for endless at the end of the day. Let's go to Steam Fortress, though. It has some awful spots, but it's kind of fun. And I like the decor. So we've done the SWAT grind that we wanted to do tonight, which makes me, I mean, maybe not happy, but it's good that we got it done, and I'm pleased with it. So if we want to get the daily done, then we should do some Gunslinger. And I guess we could probably get to like level 20. Most likely fairly easily, if we can live that long. This was 168 XP, by the way, for Survivalist. Yikes. That's a yikes for me. This is Prestige 2 as well. My god. You know what? Let's do Gunslinger, because we need to get the Winter Bites. So I might not grind that hard on the Gunslinger here. We might try to build the Winter Bites before we even build the Spitfires. We'll play the, well, I call it the Borderlands loadout, but it's basically just like elemental guns. A lot of people don't like it because of, you know, the projectile nature of it. It's not like hit scan. Although I don't actually think like a lot of stuff is hit scan in this game. I think even bullets are essentially projectiles. But the bullets are faster than the snowballs and the fireballs. I guess flares would be a more apt description, but still. Essentially what I'm trying to say is we might go for the Winter Bites as our first weapon on like wave 3. Just because it's something that we gotta work on, basically. And it allows us to get it done faster. So we might do that, and it might mean that we overall perform worse. Although for wave 5 boss, it's not a bad idea to have the best boss fighting weapon out of our selection right now. I mean, you could argue that like magnums and stuff are way better if you're precise, and they are. But the Winter Bites are quite good against bosses. And they do stack that freeze. You can actually get the crowd control on the boss with them, which is kind of insane. They're not that expensive either, so right now with like 69 bullets, nice, obviously. There's a part of me that's kind of thinking like, hey, maybe we just don't buy anything and then get the Winter Bites like next wave. And I think that's the way to do it. So let's do that. Let's just skip the trader. We're gonna do what I like to call a berserker move, which is like, you go to the trader but don't buy anything. Because you're like, bro, I got everything I need. And I mean, it's kind of true. We got plenty of bullets, we didn't get hit. We're Gunslinger, we can kind of take it. We still have grenades. A couple ammo boxes would have been nice, but we're not there yet. And again, we can kind of abuse our movement speed to avoid a lot of damage. Incidentally, we're not avoiding a lot of damage because stalkers, they just kind of sneak up on you. It's their whole thing. But I think we're stabilizing a little bit. And honestly, taking 12 damage on wave 2 is not exactly like the worst thing to start it with. I do see an ammo box, so I'm gonna go grab it. There's usually one like here anyway. Alright. Let's stomp him. How did you not get, like, more stomped, I guess is my question. You got back up real fast. Lots of crawlers, huh? Even more crawlers, okay. Because I shouldn't have opened my big mouth.
fleeced fry here.
Well, the ammo was definitely enough, even without the box. Turns out. We did a really sloppy job, but it worked.
Decide to shut the pod.
Like I said, we're going to grab the winter bites, because I think we just need to deal damage with them. I'm going to check. Oh yeah, 7k damage. That's not actually that much in the first place. Let's buy them. We can definitely afford dual winter bites and some ammo. So I'm hopeful that that's going to mean that we get that super fast. And then even if we die early, which I don't know if we will, but in the event that we do, then I won't care. And that's a good thing. For me. This isn't like a good spot, but it's a workable spot. So let's be here. Kind of like the command center, if you will. So our goal with Gunslinger is obviously to get to like level 20. That's kind of what we're gunning for right now. And I mean, you may notice I'm talking a lot about the game, but I'm kind of out of anecdotes, man. I don't know what else to say. I didn't do anything like much more interesting. I did go out and like buy some gifts, I guess, but a lot of it was like for the birthdays over this weekend. And I was very, very lucky because I had a work thing on Thursday, but I ended up getting back home because I had to like drive somewhere. Well, I was driven somewhere rather, because I was going with a colleague, and this time we took his car. But I was able to get back around like 3 o'clock, I want to say, which is still really good because it means that businesses are open. The big trouble, obviously, when you work like a 9-to-5 style job is it's hard to go to like the stores that are open in the same time frame because, hey, guess what? When they're open, you're working. And I mean, you can obviously like get away from your job a little bit, but still, you gotta like actually organize that to make it happen. But thankfully, the fact that my work thing like didn't last the whole day meant that I could actually go to some of these shops and pick up the stuff that I needed. So it was a nice coincidence. Interesting that hit the tank. But I guess, hey, that's projectiles for you. Kind of funny that they behave like jank. Total absolute jank even on offline. We don't need this. We also don't need this. And I'm going to be optimistic and not go for armor just yet, because I also just have a free suit of it right here. Obviously, that was planned. I don't know what you're talking about. But perhaps more importantly, it's just kind of pointless. I feel like with a level 18 Gunslinger, we should have this one in the bag, ideally. Obviously, modifiers and mutations could fuck that up for us, but I hope we don't get like a random boom wave. And even if we do, wave 4 is not the worst time to have it. Man, I gotta be honest though about one thing. Like one thing with water, man. It's people say that about food, that you know you're not really hungry until you start eating. I think they're wrong, because I think if you're hungry, you're just hungry. But water is something completely different, man. Because like you're not really thirsty until you start drinking. I've been like dying of thirst the last 2 hours, and I was fine like the whole day. And I'm dying of thirst because I didn't drink like any water essentially throughout the day. But then why was I okay with it? And it's only now that I've been drinking more. It's like, oh man, give me that shit. Give me that shit. I guess Immortan Joe was right, man. You shouldn't get addicted to water. It makes you weak. I don't know how we got 2 headshots there. What exactly constituted that when I think we hit their toes. But look, the world works in mysterious ways. I don't have the answers for everything. I do like the way that the knockback is handled. They just kind of like fall over like, oh no! And apparently Taste Mother Russia is something that you say when you use these guns, which is kind of fucked up, if you ask me.
They freeze me, now I freeze you.
Now I freeze you. Well, Strasep certainly likes the one-liners, apparently. But yeah, I'm curious if I'll be able to put a schedule together for next week. I don't really know yet. So far the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow's a no-go for me. But I guess I can aim for Tuesday, and I mean Wednesday's a no-go for me. So ideally we'll do Tuesday and Thursday. But I'll have to check some stuff, obviously, before I can confirm that. Like, for example, I think I might have a work thing on Thursday, where I gotta go drive somewhere. And I don't know when I'm getting back off the top of my head, so I gotta absolutely look at that. I'm very happy that we got that combat armor, because it does mean now that this is our autofill, and we can upgrade this. It's kind of insane, a little bit. I don't think we absolutely need to upgrade it, but it's good, because it's gonna deal even more damage. I guess what's like a decent spot for a boss though here? Now that's gonna be kind of confusing. Because a lot of these wide open spaces are not really good.
Pod shutting down. Any second now.
I guess if we get back up here, we could be fine. There's some pillars and stuff that we can use to kite. And we'll probably reach it by the time the boss actually gets here. Yup. Yeah, this will work. This will work nicely. Okay, so it's Kevin. If we do get the CC on him, he's essentially dead. Like, he's completely dead in the water at that point. Remains to be seen if we're able to pull it off. But, hey man, that's what we're here to test, I guess. Yeah, he's coming from that side, apparently. Let me just, like, reload so that we can do, like, a whole bunch of stuff into him. Yup. He got CC'd. Poor guy. Poor guy. This is why this gun is so good against these guys, dude. So we can get the Spitfires. I don't know why I always blank so hard on the name of those guns, but it's called the Spitfire. We can grab 2 of them, and that's gonna be kind of our mainliner in terms of damage if we want to use this loadout. Which apparently we don't need to because we've already gotten what we needed to do, but it's kind of a fun loadout, so I don't really mind. Even if fire is maybe not the best thing to use as a gunslinger, as it turns out. We didn't get hit, so again, that was a very, very nice way of saving a ton of money. Still don't really know where I want to be. I really like that one spot. I wouldn't classify it as a hold. I've never bothered to look up any of the official like holdout spots on this map. And I don't see people playing this a lot. Maybe I just missed all the cool YouTube videos where people do. But yeah, I got like no concept of what's a good position on this map. I like this one. It's not the best, but it's fun. And hey, it also comes with an area, so that has to count for something. You know what went through my head and how you know that I'm kind of like stupid and not paying that much attention? Is I just wanted to press escape and hit the skip wave button. Not skip trader, but I was gonna say the skip wave button of like, yeah, I don't feel like doing this one. Yeah, this isn't Deep Rock Galactic. The fire is like not bad against the E-darts. Man, maybe I should get back to Deep Rock as well. Maybe that would help with the project that I'm like endlessly postponing. I don't know, dude. We're just gonna kite like a little bit. Get like a quick heal. It's been so long since I played that game. Overwatch 2 just kind of took its place. Mostly for grind purposes, basically. They have added a ton of stuff to it now, I think. They brought back like the meteor shower modifier. So I don't know, maybe I could have like a ton of fun with Deep Rock if I went back now. I was gonna say, can I kill the man before he does the suicide attack? Thankfully I can. Yeah, man, I kind of feel bad for not playing more Deep Rock, because it is what we started it off with, and it is still like a very, very fun game. And very, very chill too. I guess that's kind of the problem though, that in terms of like secondary game status, right now it's kind of fighting with Overwatch 2 for me. Despite the problems that I've mentioned with Overwatch, like it is not a flawless game, not by a long shot, but I have like a lot of fun with it. The fact that you get that CC like so often is insane, dude. And I think we could still upgrade this more if we wanted to. So it's only gonna get better. But yeah, Deep Rock always kind of felt like a secondary game for me ever since I started playing more like Killing Floor 2. So as a consequence, the secondary game position was stolen by Overwatch 2, and the chill game portion of my personality always identified Killing Floor 2 as a very chill thing to play. And it's true. Like, generally speaking, I would say it's very, very true. Yeah, we'll just, like, upgrade this, and eventually we're gonna upgrade the Winter Bites, obviously. And in fact, the Winter Bites are gonna get fully upgraded, while the Spitfires are not going to get fully upgraded, is currently the plan that I have. Because the Winter Bite is gonna be better with the damage scaling, in my opinion. Essentially, what we're looking to do is get as much damage on the ice as possible. Oh, we have an area. So that we can get freezes more frequently. And if we can do that, then fighting big stuff is going to become easier. And essentially, the name of the game past, like, wave 15, I would say, is just fighting big stuff. You get a ton of small stuff, but it's easy to deal with. So it's called trash. And you have to focus on actually fighting the other stuff. the medium to large Zeds. And against those guys, any CC is very welcome.
Look out! There's no place for you.
It's so much fun to use these guns, though.
Stay down.
And I mean, hey, it's revolvers. Okay, it's elemental, but it's still revolvers. I don't know what you are. For a second, I genuinely thought you were like a husk, based on the metal bits in your body. That could have ended poorly, because he was about to like do a suicide attack. Obviously, area is going to be like problematic for us, to say the least. But we can now leave this one if we so desire. Alrighty. No one else? Okay. I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. Good old one shot. Just 3 quarter pounds? That's kind of weird, right? Feels like a low roll, you know? Took a ton of damage, but again, it was more the trash that kind of scraped away at us. Lost track of a few things there in the middle when we were starting the area, but that tends to happen, so I guess it's okay. And once again, I'm going to stand by what I said and say that Winter Bites is the priority right now, although we can apparently upgrade the Spitfire as well. And now you're gonna see the issue where like we have 3 like slots left in terms of weight, and we're gonna need 2 of those for the Winter Bite basically to max it out. Which incidentally means we're left with 1 that's not enough for the Spitfire. That is an argument to be made, to maybe throw in 1 Spitfire on the ground and upgrading it, and then like finding something else for the loadout, but I would much prefer to just do this as like a concept, you know? Even if it is not like a very inspired loadout, it's a lot of fun to use Spitfires and Winter Bites together. I kinda dig it. Big fan, big fan. Is this, what's a bloat wave? It's been so long since I've had one of those. I guess Winter Bites would be ideal for these guys as well. They're kind of medium Zeds. Yep, works like a charm apparently. I think I was just gifted a sub to somebody. That's why my eye ran over. I employed some glancing strats, but I needed to. This incidentally means, once again, I'm being very professional and I muted my phone. This probably means that Giga is live with her debut. Which is, you know, also it means that I'm missing that. But hey man, there's bots for that, so I'm sure she's doing great. And I'm sure a lot of people showed up. Rightfully so, rightfully so. She's a good streamer, so hopefully she got a warm welcome. Maybe she just went live, I don't know. I guess I could check that on my phone over here. What's the time? Oh yeah, that was 30 minutes ago. No, she's definitely, like, showing off the model at this point. But that's okay. That's okay. We can catch back up with that later if we so desire. Hopefully she's geeking out hard right now. A lot of good stuff has been going on with, like, VShojo and VShojo adjacent people. A lot of new models, a lot of new developments. I mean, Haruka is now part of the whole VShojo thing, right? So that's pretty good stuff. Them's good eats, as some folks would say. Alrighty. I mean, hey, I see no reason to dilly-dally. Let's just, you know, keep it going. Skip the trader. Keep the action going as much as possible. Looking forward to the Wave 10 boss, because we will hopefully, well, maybe we won't have fully upgraded Winter Bites. I guess we'll see, but it would be cool to freeze the shit out of him and just end his life. I don't think I need to reload this frequently, but it's a bad habit. Oh, you're a dodgy little boy, aren't you? I'm a little confused how I got, like, moved there, but it doesn't always have to make sense, I guess. This is what I mean, like, such high damage on these things, man. Even without the headshots. Now, there is a question, obviously, if I'm not, like, going for the headshots, wouldn't it be better to change the, like, perk abilities? To just go for, like, oh, we can, like, reduce damage, we can reduce a bunch of shit by shooting various, like, body parts and stuff. I guess the thing for me is I don't really see the point of that, you know? Because overall, it's still better to have Rack 'em Up. I think Rack 'em Up is always going to be the right choice. And against bosses, we will occasionally, like, stack it anyway. Even if you get like 10 to 20% extra damage with it, it's still worth it. And against the small stuff, we clearly don't need Rack 'em Up. And the big guys like just go down anyway, so that one I'm not sure counted as a headshot. Poor guy got fucking frozen. Should have let it go, is all I'm saying. Is this last boy stuck? No, he's just solo. Okay. How's the fire against you? Equally good, apparently. That's kind of nice to know. The bloats are not going to be an issue for us. Although I don't think they're ever really that much of an issue for Gunslinger. As long as they don't just, like, jump you, basically. So it's a matter of positioning. I kind of like this map as well. The whole, like, you know, Art Deco or, like, well, Art Deco, like, look with the moss, like, overgrown theme. Been done to death a little bit, but it is a lot of fun. Yeah, so we didn't make 1500, incidentally. No area. It's gonna do that, basically. Don't think we need to uber sprint over there, but let's do it anyway. Let's get there faster. And we're gonna freeze this boss once again. We're gonna ice him. Ice him nice and proper. And then we'll be well on our way to level 20, hopefully. Alright, we can skip it. I'm not here to wait like 20 fucking seconds. You crazy? I think it might have just been 10, but who cares? Let's see. He kind of like did a hop there, didn't he? A lot of Kevin this evening, it seems like. Oh man, sorry for the yawn. Lack of sleep is definitely catching up with me. I don't really want to call it early though, because I'm having a lot of fun actually. And like, as we just established, apparently Giga is live, so even if I go like end stream early, I'm probably like gonna be on Twitch still, which like begs the question like, okay, so why'd you end early? Like, can we freeze him when he's running away? I don't think I've done that. Apparently we can just kill him when he's running away. It would have been cooler if... Oh, he's like going overboard. Man overboard! Oh no! Yep, he actually landed in the water. Poor guy. I kind of wanted to freeze him, but it was not to be. That was... Yeah, that's... Wait, we can actually upgrade this now to the max. And we should. So ideally, in this case, what you would still do, if you were like super precise and wanted to do the best possible thing, and obviously in a team setting, you would kind of have to carry a medic pistol anyway, but medic pistol is good because you can deal a ton of damage to the big guys and apparently not set them off. This was taught to me by Twitch chat. I'm personally not engaged in using that, but it is something you can do, apparently, according to people that frequent this website. This very website, believe it or not. Kind of got it going on now. Like, our loadout is set in stone. We're just going to do areas. We're going to start seeing some more big lads more regularly. And hopefully we're going to be making some insanely high numbers of XP. Like, just like, ridiculous amounts. Left, right, potentially even center. Which will hopefully allow us to actually level up super fast. Now, from the looks of it, we'll probably do like a total of 3 endless games tonight, which kind of stands to reason. I think we did 3 last time in like a roughly 4-hour period, so it makes sense. There's still a part of it saying, well, you could play Overwatch, but I think it's going to be a killing floor kind of stream right now. Issue I have with Overwatch is it like inadvertently makes me go into like more reacty mode and less like just banter, although I think the banter has not been very pog-rich this fine evening in the last like hour or so, which I apologize for. Need to do more anecdotes, need to turn myself on more. Need to delve into that well of knowledge and anecdotes and try to do better. I don't know if people really care though, but maybe they do. Maybe you do, I'm not sure. Almost have the area at least. And we did do it. Oh my god. Was there ever any doubt? No, there wasn't. Alright. Really? Can you stop? There are other things to attend to. No, they don't stop. They just literally keep on coming. Poor man, he got frozen again. What's up, Fleshy Pound? He's gone. Alrighty.
Insecure.
Yeah, so like if you wanted to be super smart, you would still take like a medic pistol. The only reason I'm not gonna take a medic pistol is because from a weapon switch perspective, I like to use like mouse wheel, even though it's not the best. But it makes it like a little bit more difficult to use. So I'm not gonna do that. But there is a lot of like arguments and good arguments at that to pick that essentially and just have it with you. But I'm not gonna be engaging in that nonsense right now. We're gonna stick to what we know, which is just apparently playing Borderlands 2/Borderlands 3, but in Killing Floor 2. And yeah, we're gonna do a lot of kiting. I don't think we're gonna last as long as we did with SWAT, which is kind of funny to say because Gunslinger is definitely a better perk in my opinion. Just overall, but hey, this is a different map, for sure. So what do we have? Up, and decay. Now, the fire component of our gun is essentially worthless because they regen, but we do, like, a lot of rapid firing, so I think we should be okay. And they're gonna fly up and then, like, explode. That's the joke. But yeah, we essentially gotta... If we start killing something, we gotta, like, keep going. We don't really rely on the fire anyway, but it's a nice bit of, like, extra damage. But now we can absolutely not rely on it. Oh, my boy's fast, dude. He's going at it. You gotta, like, once you start something, you better finish it, boy. Ah, that ding. That's the one downside of this loadout. You don't hear the 5 rack-em-up ping as often. I guess we could. Like, I just need to change the way I'm aiming. I guess, like, you know, we have this out. We might as well, like, use it. Man, the shots with this thing are insanely nasty, huh? Oh, he's just falling over. Yup, we're just fucking racking him up incidentally. Alright, who's next? Who's next? Come at me. Probably you are next. Nice and easy. He's a chunky lad, though, isn't he? When he blows up, he makes a right mess. Oh, it's like 3 headshots. Cool. Well, maybe, like, that might have been just 2 in a body. We're gonna start getting the 9mm, of course, as you do. Very important piece of the puzzle in Endless, to have a fully upgraded 9mm pistol. Look at that, like, fucking waterfall, man. It's not that pretty, but it's kind of cool. Alrighty, let's just skip the trader. We've hydrated, we've done it all. We might as well do our Thug Thizzle. It's bloats. I mean, hey, last time we did Winter Bites against the bloats. I mean, the Winter Bite is probably still the pick because it's more upgraded. Oh yeah, it's fast. Fast, focused, efficient, deadly, apparently, is the name of the game. I still get, you know, puked upon because it's how the stairs work in this game, but don't judge me, but it might be my fetish. I think some people do have a vomit fetish. It is a thing that happens, right? People have the darndest fetishes, so I think everyone's attracted to all sorts of weird shit deep down inside. And that's okay. As long as you're not hurting anybody with it, then go nuts. Is that a one-shot? I feel like a one-shot. It is a one-shot. Okay, that's kind of crazy, bro. Yup, it's a one-shot. Alright. It's very surprising to like be able to one-shot headshot blows. It is like a fully upgraded pistol, but still, I did not expect it. Apparently Kevin didn't expect us to get through this wave. A lot of not expectations. Different from nut expectations, by the way. There's a pretty big distinction there.
The fact your survival is an accomplishment is pathetic.
When is the next Overwatch 2 season starting, actually? Oh, I guess the medic pistol gets put in like a different category. Oh yeah, because it's not doubled up. Well, I guess we'll hold on to this. Like, why not?
It was hard to steal this many.
We can upgrade the stuff. So many upgrades. Very pleased with that. Is it tomorrow that the next like Overwatch thing starts? I don't think so, right? I think it's a little later. Because I think there's still like 2 days left in the battle pass. It doesn't really make sense to release the update without the battle pass. Like, new map, new character, new everything, but not have people get started on the new battle pass. It would be very surprising to me. I guess I could just check, but it's just a matter of curiosity on my part. I'm not really sure if I want to do, like, second battle pass. I did battle pass 1, and you guys, like, saw quite a bit of it. And I wouldn't say that I had a bad time with it either. But it is, like, a little weird, you know? Like, I played a ton, mostly because I put money into the game, essentially. Unfortunately, the sunk cost fallacy works. And I think my Overwatch playtime increased exponentially just because I spent 10 euros on the game. And I mean, when you consider that I bought the game full price 6 years ago when it came out, like, now you gotta realize, like, okay, so you have the equivalent of 70 euros put into this game. And I mean, 60 back in the day was quite a fucking bit. But it is what it is. I got, like, my money's worth, I think, 6 years ago in the game. Anything I get now is kind of, like, extra, it feels like. But I don't know if I want to be that guy of, like, regularly putting in money into the Battle Pass. I've never really, like, bought a Battle Pass before this. This is the first time that I've actually used money for that. I don't know how to feel about the concept, because I feel it's better if you spend money on something that you just get. The Battle Pass just does this, which inflates your playtime, because you feel like, well, like, you know, I invested into it, so now I gotta invest time into it. I guess, to be more exact, I've invested money into it, so now I need to invest time to unlock all the stuff that I should be getting, but I still have to work for it. So I don't know, it's a little fishy to me, and I wouldn't say that I'm the biggest fan. And a lot of the content that you unlock is stuff that I don't care for. I mentioned this during the last Overwatch stream, but like Cyber Demon Genji, I never play Genji. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I'll ever use that skin, basically, as a consequence. I don't see myself as a big Genji guy, you know? Not to complain or anything, but it's just one of those things. So it's tough to say. I'm still very much deciding whether or not I want to throw some more cash at Blizzard, basically, for Season 2. And incidentally, I also need to decide whether or not I really want to actually invest my time into the game. Because you can still play the game without the Battle Pass and still have, like, a decent time. But I guess the question is, do I want to, though? Because I definitely got my money's worth with Season 1. I played a ton of supports. I brought in my Horizons a little bit. I think ult queue, this is also the first time that I kind of engaged with the role queue system. I wasn't around for it in, you know, like, back in the Overwatch 1 days. So it was kind of exciting to see it in action. It works a lot better in practice than I thought it would in theory. So I'm happy to report that. I didn't hate it, actually, and the challenges that the game gives you, well, they're called challenges, but let's be honest, they're dailies and weeklies, basically. They just have different names. But essentially, they do motivate you to try out various characters and kind of understand what is different in terms of gameplay for the different roles. So that's not a bad thing. Like, that's kind of a nice aspect of the game. But I don't know if I want to invest, like, another 40 hours of my life into that game over the course of, like, December. So that's, like, something I'm thinking about now, where it's like, do I want to play so much of it? Because it's not that it was bad, but, like, it wasn't, you know, like a once-in-a-lifetime experience either. And it doesn't need to be, it's just a video game, but... Look, all I'm saying is I played, like, a lot, and I do mean a lot, of Killing Floor 2, and I've kind of had more fun with it. And I have put a lot of money into this game as well. Well, a lot. Like, that's relative. I bought the 2 Armory season passes, essentially, which is different because that's like an actual season pass. You get what you pay for immediately. You don't have to invest, like, any more time to unlock the stuff. I bought the upgrade to the Digital Deluxe Edition, and I bought, like, the Complete Edition or whatever. So it's not an intangible amount of money. I think at this point I probably have more in it than Overwatch 2. But the playtime is also vastly different. Like, in the case of Overwatch, I want to say I got, I don't know, 80, maybe 90 hours. Not a bad number, obviously, for the amount that I invested in terms, like, financially. But like, Killing Floor is getting close to 600 to 700 now. You couldn't tell based on my gameplay, but that's just because I'm bad, okay? Like, ignore that part. So I don't really know. Like, I haven't gotten my money's worth in terms of playtime from Overwatch, even though, and this is, again, the thing that makes me reconsider, even though the, I guess, stake that I had in the Battle Pass made me play a lot more than I would have.
T-minus 10
And I'm kind of scared of that, you know? Like, I don't necessarily think it's such a good thing that I played so much. There were times that I'm like, I don't even know why I'm logging in, basically. So, I don't know. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. I need to think more about it. Which is kind of good, because I do have, like, 2 more days to figure it out. And potentially more. I mean, I bought the Battle Pass way later, when I was already, like, 30 tiers of it or something on the Season 1. So I guess I have a lot of time to think about it, but I wouldn't mind if I want to get deep into it, like, to start on day 1, I guess, is what I'm saying. So we'll see about that. There's also going to be, like, a Christmas update for this game. I haven't been following along any of the dev blogs about it, so I got no clue what is actually coming. But I kind of like that, to be honest. It's kind of like going into blind, you know? Should probably use, like, the Spitfire against these little boys. I don't know if people care about blind playthroughs so much when it comes to Killing Floor 2. It's not really a playthrough, but I guess, like, my first impressions will be bared to the public when the update finally comes out. But I've not been following along, I've not been playing the beta, not really been doing anything. I've just been occasionally playing the game and having a good time with it, and I think that's plenty. Let's, like, erase that guy. Kinda wish, again, you would have gone, like, tapped by that boy, but no, not to be. Awful area, by the way. Didn't have enough to actually freeze him. Alright, let's do a quick heal. Don't know why you were there. Like, nothing has spawned this side so far, but hey, I guess I just haven't been paying attention. Just gonna keep using the Winter Bites apparently now. Too lazy to switch. Bro, like, before I came here, nothing was spawning here. Pick one of these, I don't even care. Alright, alright. That at least gets us a chance to reload, I guess. Yeah, who's still alive? Alright, I mean, that was a little bit messy. Didn't enjoy it so much. Not the best area, for sure. But, hey, we made it work in the end. And now everything is fully upgraded, so we can do no wrong anymore. All of our guns are just insane with it. The 9mm, obviously, the most dangerous of them all. I wish you could upgrade your knife. That would be fun. That would actually be kind of fun. I'm just gonna go back up to the one hold position that I like. See if we can make it work for Wave 17. It's kind of insane that we're already on Wave 17. We're getting by much, much faster here. So that's gonna be, in addition to figuring out, like, stream frequency, I think that's gonna be a big decision I gotta make as well. Like, do I want to do Overwatch on stream, basically? I had fun with it, don't get me wrong. But I don't know if I want to, like, make it a regular thing, you know? It's all very confusing. I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it a lot, apparently. Killing Floor is one of those interesting ones as well, where I do worry that eventually I'll just run out of stuff to do completely. Because there's a lot to grind, but there's certain perks where I definitely struggle. Like, Sharpshooter is just not something that I particularly enjoy. And right now, it is 22, like level 22. So I can get 3 more levels of gameplay out. It's going to take an extremely long time because that's probably close to 100,000 XP. I got no, like, prestige modifier on that. So we're going to have to get that the old-fashioned way. Literally, we get, like, 36. This guy gets us 18 XP when we kill him. So if you want to do the math of how many, like, Gorefasts we got to kill to get, like, fucking 100,000 XP, it's a lot. Turns out it's quite a fucking lot. At least we did the area. So, like, it's kind of scary to imagine, like, even just leveling Sharpshooter up, let alone prestiging it and doing it 4 more times. And I don't know if I would enjoy the process, particularly. I guess it's one of those things, though, that it takes so long that the coping mechanism in your brain is going to be that you'll start enjoying it regardless of it being enjoyable or not. Past a certain point. I kind of had that with support back in the day. I mentioned this before, I'm not a big support fan. I find the gameplay to be very boring, even if it is very useful for your team.
Get some gear.
But it doesn't change the fact that it's not exactly, like, very inspired to play that perk. In my view, of course. You can spice it up a little by using something like the blunderbuss, but you do have to buy that. It's paid DLC. But like I said, I spend the money so I have access to it. I guess the problem that I have is, like, Sharpshooter doesn't even have anything like that. I don't have, like, a DLC weapon for Sharpshooter. Not even, like, HRG stuff that you get for free, where I'm like, oh, baby, it changes the game so much. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. I don't actually know what would be a game changer in terms of gameplay experience for Sharpshooter. For me, I think the perk is fine. In fact, it's one of the strongest in the game. It just so happens that I don't enjoy it that much. And that says more about me than the perk, let's be real. That doesn't mean the perk is bad, it means that I'm bad. Or to put it in a Jake and Amirism, bad perk? Nah, bad you. I'll take any opportunity to quote my favorite comedy shit. Look at that sick dodge. He's nasty with it. And then he gets hit by a clot 14 times. It's all part of the plan, trust the process.
Did you move?
Oh, we got a big lad. I thought I heard something. Oh, we got 2 of them. I guess we can end you as well. It should, like, still be enough to kill the guy. Apparently it was not. Not by, like, a little bit. Okay, that works. The 7 is definitely not enough to kill him, but it might be enough to freeze. If you live in Canada, you're gonna freeze. If you live in a plastic house, you'll never die in a fire. And if you work in television, you're a fucking liar, apparently. According to Dick Valentine, that's his words, not mine. That's not part of the lyrics, by the way, in case you were wondering. The rest of the stuff was. I just skipped, like, the first line of that particular part of the song. Based in lyric pilled, potentially. I'm not sure. My brain is filled with a lot of lyrical content, apparently. Not sure what to do with that. It's just all there, floating in the ether. Oh, baby, give me that ammo. I'm interested. Always interested in that ammo. Ooh, playing hide and seek. There's some of the game that I want to get into. Like, Darktide is out now, I believe. So I could, like, take a look at that and see if maybe I want to jump in. I've heard some wonderful, wonderful things. I've seen a very tiny bit of gameplay. And it does seem just like Vermintide, essentially. But I didn't play that much Vermintide. Although, to be honest, I was very interested in Vermintide. It's more that the group that I was, like, playing with at the time, I think it's not even a taste thing. It's not that they didn't like the game. It just came down to, like, other commitments. We weren't really able to schedule a lot of game time together. And it's typically one of those games where, like, you can play solo, but like, why would you? It's more fun with friends when you get to coordinate a little bit. Or at least if you die, you get to be like, oh man, I can't believe we died. Like, it's better as a communal thing, you know? And because I didn't have access to that at the time and didn't feel like playing with randoms, I just kind of never got those hours in the game. I guess that's my fear with current Vermintide as well, though, that I don't know who the fuck I would play with. Oh baby, it's Boom. This could be exciting with an area to boot. Let's try, I guess. It is Wave 19, so I mean, hey. We haven't gotten level 20 yet, is the sad part, obviously. This is gonna be like some damage, right? Not that much though, but it could make a difference. It's just 5 health, but I'll get a needle in me because you never know. Stalker's gonna be so nightmarishly annoying here. I'm gonna be like checking around me at all times because of Stalkers, basically. Kind of walked into that one, didn't I? Alright, against you guys, I think we're still better off doing this. Okay, so that's annoying, like, we gotta do a lot of weapon switching now. You can also do a suicide attack, which is, like, doubly annoying. I was gonna say, is my good old siren friend dead? But apparently she is. No, she's not. She is now. That's not necessarily something you want to do, by the way, the melee kill on Boom. In fact, I would advise against it. This is what I mean, man. Like, we're dying because we're killing them. They're not really dealing damage to us directly. Thankfully, we can leave this place. Okay, we got the CC. It's all good. It's not all good. He just came out of nowhere. Flesh Pound RKO out of nowhere. Alright, so they're both raged. What else is new? You know what? I want to ride the knockback so that maybe we can get like farther away and not get nuked by him. You do have to like think a little bit when you're killing dudes on like boom. Otherwise it could end very, very poorly. Alright, alright. Yeah, like that one damage is not gonna be that painful. Okay, so it's just a rioter. Probably a Scrake, maybe something else, I'm not sure. How fast is it? Yeah, it is a Scrake. It is a Scrake, incidentally. He is pointing and then doing his like little fist bump. Alright, we made it through boom, which is something. That's an achievement all on its own. Apparently far, far away from the pod, so let's like get a move on. It's gonna be wave 20 boss fight. We got a fully upgraded winter bite now, so CC is gonna be happening very regularly, hopefully. That's basically why we are going this loadout right now. And also we had a daily for it, and we just kind of stuck with it. We don't need to think much about anything. We can just autofill. Essentially just mindlessly press that after each wave we survive, and then keep on going. And now we're getting into the interesting waves for sure. Remains to be seen if this map is really what we want, but it is a fun map and it looks cool. And obviously, you know, it's this style, like the Art Deco stuff, always reminds people of Fallout because they famously use that style. And especially now that Fallout 4 has like the Nuka World DLC, like there's some shocking similarities here. I can't remember which one came first though. He's doing the hippity hop again. Fallout 4 is like also a video game, dude. That's about as much as I can say about it. I've kind of been thinking about like maybe doing more like variety stuff just for the fun of it, but at the same time, I don't know if that's me. Like I'm such a boring regular person with these things. I get into games and then that's what I play. Like right now I'm playing on a killing floor. I'm having fun with it. I play Overwatch. And in that sense, the siren song of a battle pass is quite strong to me, you know, because it gives me an excuse to feel like I'm achieving something. Even if I'm not really achieving anything. You know what, let's reload. I don't know how you hit me there, but at least we dodged that one. Do like a ranged attack, buddy. We didn't freeze you? How did we not freeze you? Dude. I was gonna say, how did we not freeze you? Like, you got like 12 rounds straight into the face. I mean, we got the level 20. Oh, that's gonna be useful. That's gonna be useful to slow down. Skullcracker. That's going to be very, very useful, actually. Essentially cripple, but on a much better perk. Yes, we're still bad-mouthing SWAT. No, that's never gonna change. So we got what we wanted, essentially, and it only took 44 minutes. That's, you know, kind of decent. We're gonna keep it going, essentially, about as far as we can. The only thing I'll have to think about, because right now we're like 2.5 hours in, and if we keep it going for like an hour or so, then we're gonna be here like 250. So apparently it takes an hour and a half to do one endless thing with most dudes. I guess that we could try to do Survivalist, and because we don't have access to a lot of like perk abilities, it would probably go a lot more poorly. So we're probably gonna, you know, cap it with some Survivalist gameplay. Even though we did a lot of that last time. But it was level 24 to 25 Survivalist, so vastly different than what we're doing here. I mean, hey, that's maybe a problem, I guess, for me, like, in terms of what I do on stream, that it's not particularly exciting. Primarily because this is just a rehash of the last stream I did. I think we're playing the same perks even. Maybe slightly different loadouts, but it's all very similar. They all look familiar, as some people say. I apparently cannot kill a simple Edar. We're gonna have to like do a little circle because we do want that area, but right now we've been kind of pushed out. We can kill like one guy and pick up some ammo. Maybe, like, get the tiniest bit of knockback from these lads. Yeah, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. I guess that's kind of the problem, that I realized when I was doing the goggle streams, I still kind of want to do more upside down content, mostly to justify the cost of the goggles themselves to myself. But when I was doing that, I did realize that the one thing that makes them like kind of an awkward fit for me in terms of my style of content, and we talked about this before, is like I view myself more, and I think the style of content I do is more second monitor stuff, which isn't bad, but it does incidentally mean that stuff that makes it more difficult for me to engage in constant communication is going to be worse, essentially. It's going to be detrimental to the overall quality of the stream. And again, we don't really have a high quality stream going on here in the first place, like neither in terms of video, nor audio, nor highbrow thoughts going on, but at the same time, when you just stun lock because moving and shooting is too difficult, then it doesn't make for a particularly interesting stream, I think. So I think the idea behind doing like an upside down gameplay stream is really, really cool, and I still want to do more of it to see if maybe over time I get good enough at it where it becomes less of an issue. But I do think that it essentially takes out my forte, you know? More than anything, it hurts what I'm actually good at, not really anything else. And that's a bit sad in its own right. And also, it's not just sad because of, you know, the fact that I did those 2 streams, and I don't think I did great commentary on either of them, to be honest with you, but also because I'm at a loss as to what kind of a gimmick I should try to do, because I do want to do like a couple gimmicky streams, because in my mind they're a lot of fun, but I'm kind of out of ideas for them, you know? I thought the upside down thing would go a lot smoother, and it went smoother in a different way, because in terms of gameplay content, we did a lot better than I initially expected, but like I said, the actual quality of what I usually focus on just didn't go that well. Our banter was weak, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. And that's sad, because I like a good band. I like some good bands, what can I say? We didn't have that so much. So I gotta think about some stuff, basically, is what it comes down to. But what kind of content I could, you know, make that is a little enhanced compared to just regular gameplay, but still allows me to flex those commentary muscles a little bit. Not that what I have going on is particularly inspired or great, but I do think it's one of the better aspects of the stream. Like, it is something that still requires some work, but maybe not as much as some of the other stuff. We could definitely improve the video quality. Still need to add alerts, for example. Still gotta, like, figure that out. There's a long laundry list of stuff that we still gotta do, but I don't think banter/communication is something that we need to improve greatly and fast. It's not like top priority. Obviously, hopefully it will get, you know, keep getting better and better as time goes on, because ideally you're always improving, but hey, most people are lazy, including me, so hence why that big laundry list is still not, you know, more done than it actually is. But I digress. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I think the banter is pretty on point. We're good at that. We just gotta work on some of the other stuff. And the big difficulty is gonna be that if I want to do any kind of gimmick, then it has to play nice with that. But I don't really know what that could be. So I gotta figure that shit out. Try to think. There's some stuff that I'm kind of curious to try, but it's also like not big investments, but still investments. I had this idea. I've always been very curious to try typing at the Dead Overkill. I've never played like a typing style game, and I don't think I'm good at the whole typing thing. I don't do 10-finger typing, essentially. I do, like, depending on how lost in the sauce I am, the most I can do, I think, is 6 to 8 fingers that are actively typing. And I can't really, like, I need to get in the zone to be even able to do that. Generally speaking, I just, like, do, like, 4, I would say. Still look down occasionally to make sure that, like, my finger placement is good enough. And I still, when I just do it instinctively, sometimes I fuck it up. So I don't know. But it sounds like a fun type of game, essentially. But I don't own it, so that's why it would require an investment, at least a little bit, because I'd have to buy the game to be able to stream it. But I've been thinking, like, hey, maybe that could be fun. I guess the problem I have with it, though, is it's probably just like a one-and-done deal, right? You play it, like, once to see how terrible you are at the whole typing style game, and be like, okay, well, I mean, hey, that's some content, I guess. Hope you liked it. I think it has additional modes though, because obviously like people would complain otherwise that it doesn't have content. So maybe I should give it a shot, I don't know. Have to think about that one. There's a lot apparently to think through. Essentially, again, the other thing that I need to realize is if I want to do more like streamy stuff, then I gotta like find the stuff to do it in the first place. Like the goals that I was mentioning before. I think it's a cool idea to make like an animated style music video. Well, not really animated, I guess, because it's really just like recorded content, but I guess I misspoke. Essentially, like to make like an edited, that would just be the right way of phrasing it, like an edited music video with an original song cover, I guess, which is a very weird way of just saying song cover, when we're being honest. It's a cool idea, but it is a lot of work, and unfortunately it's the kind of work that is not, you know, the fun type right now. Like, I really like the whole streaming side of things, precisely because you get to be here and present and talk and react to stuff and like interact with people. But when you're editing, you don't get to do that. Like, people aren't there. And I don't want to stream me editing shit, because that's just fucking boring. Like, why would I do that? So, I don't know. Like, I do think that was a bad fit for me. But you don't really know that until you try, obviously. So I don't feel bad about it. Like, oh, boo-hoo, I fucked up and I made, like, a bad goal. Like I said, I still want to hold myself to it. So I'm going to have to find the time to actually do that. But going forward, I definitely want to set goals for myself that are, and this is not, like, a thing, like, more realistic, but more fun to do. And potentially stuff that I get to do on stream. I think that would just be a whole lot more fun. Maybe make it more interactive and interesting as well, because I think the music video's like problem, one of the #1 issues with it, is basically the only thing I can say is whether it's done or not, and when it's done I get to release it. But the only way you really interact with it is like you might watch it and listen to it, and that's it. And like let me hit you with the realness, but it's never gonna be that good where I think anybody is gonna give it like more than one view. In fact, if you do give it a view even, it's probably not going to be the whole thing. And I won't blame you for that because, bro, like, I'm not, like, a trained singer in the first place. So in terms of, like, vocal quality, it's not going to be great. I don't have a studio setup. So again, the sound quality is not going to be that impressive. And I'm not, like, a proper fucking editor either. So it's going to be fun, but it's not going to be something that's going to stick with you till the rest of your life, obviously. And that's okay. It wasn't meant to be that, but that just goes to show that I'm not playing to my strengths, basically. I don't think I have a lot of strengths to begin with, but I'm not playing to them right now with the streaming game. So I gotta, like, figure that shit out, man. I gotta think real long and hard about it. And it's kind of sad, but I do think that constantly being live, well, constantly, like, 3 streams a week apparently is constantly for this piece of shit guy that is me. But yeah, I do think that makes it more difficult to distance yourself and come up with some stuff. So we'll see what happens. I am definitely considering the Warhammer streams, and I might do like a ghetto Warhammer stream this week, but I don't really know. I don't really know how the hell I would do it. You know, there's one way I could do it though, I'm realizing now. I guess we could try. I'm just kind of scared of how bad the quality would be. Because I do have a laptop. Because the thing is, I don't normally like sit here and work on models. My workstation is actually the table right behind me. What I tend to do is I just tend to like set up my painting supplies, and I actually tend to stand more than sit when I paint. I don't know if it's a good or a bad habit. I don't think I do good posture when I'm standing, so I don't think it's a good habit, to be honest with you. But in the store, when I was running like my wargaming store, I basically stood while I painted, and it just became like the norm for me. And I guess I like to inhale the copium of like, oh, it helps with the development of my leg muscles, but I don't think I need any work with that because I do an hour of cardio on a stationary bike every single day, and I got meaty fucking thighs now, let me tell you. Like, they're rather scrumptious, some might say. And no, I will not be posting pictures. You know, the Joker said it best. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Oh man, sometimes we get those zingers in, huh? I don't know why I switch weapons there. We're fighting big boys. We should just like freeze the fuck out of them. But yeah, we might do like a Warhammer stream somewhere in the week. There is like some stuff that isn't super secret that I need to work on anyway. And I guess the thing we could do as a challenge, in addition to just like doing a Warhammer stream in the first place, would be the idea to finish like a model, I guess, in like one sitting. Because I do have, like, a model for our RPG sessions that I need to work on. I think we can kill this guy before he gets here, and it is just a quarter pound. What are the last ones? If one is a bloat, then I think one is definitely slower. Here, no, it's a flesh pound. Yeah, well, you'll have to wait a sec then. I was gonna like showcase the model, although I don't think it's so important because like my camera is so small right now on the screen. I'm realizing it's silly, and I guess I could maybe use the use this webcam for that stream still. I could just move it. It's a lot to think about there. You know what? We might do that. We might do that on Tuesday, actually. I'm kind of talking myself into it. Let's do a Warhammer stream and see what we can do. I'm curious what kind of people are in that category. I've sometimes roamed around there because of obviously my interest in war games, and there's a lot of like cool painting streams that are kind of chill. I wonder if my constant talking would be viewed as like a positive or negative there, because most of the streams that I've seen that do Warhammer tend to more do the background music style of thing. Which there's nothing wrong with, by the way. I don't think it makes you a worse streamer or a better streamer. But, like, my thing is more so that I just talk a lot. I don't really want to fight the boss here. I was considering it for a moment, but then I remembered that we do need, like, a couple pillars or something. So we'll go over there, hopefully. He's doing hippity hops again, just, like, spawning in weirdly, apparently. But yeah, I think we might do, like, a Warhammy stream and see what we can get done. Essentially, I have this little like barbarian model that is slightly modified, and I would love to finish that up so that the next time we play Pathfinder, I don't have to worry about having an unpainted mini. Because I much prefer playing painted whenever possible. You think that's enough cover? It was not ideal, but I mean, hey, life isn't ideal when you really think about it. So he's gonna try to run away, but he's like slowed a little bit. Yep. Yeah, Skullcracker makes a hell of a difference for Kevin, I feel like.
No one smack talks like a bard.
No one smack talks like a bard. I never got that quote. Like, I never pay attention to the beginning of it. I'm sure it's online somewhere, but I don't care that much. But yeah, I think we might do a little bit of category hopping. I wouldn't say that I'm tired of playing the same old games, because clearly I am not. But I do think that I need to, like, explore some stuff, you know, and see what I'm into. After all, I want to do a little bit more hobby stuff, for sure. And I think it would be cool to try my wings with that. I do think that finishing, like, the Pathfinder mini would be kind of nice. I just wonder if I can do it in 4 hours. But it's such a small little dude. He's not, like, that big. I do tend to employ a lot of, like, old Overwash techniques. So that, like, has a pretty long drying time, generally speaking. But, hey, maybe we can, like, see if we can do it differently. It would be kind of fun. It would be kind of fun. I think I've talked myself into it, which is kind of nice. You know, this is what I mean. Like, this is a good part of the chill aspect of Killing Floor 2. Because I get to think about, like, hey, what do I want to do? So apparently Tuesday we might do a little bit of Warhammy streamage. And see what that's all like. And at least I can then say, like, hey, I've done a Warhammer stream before. I'm not exactly flexing to all my friends that I'm a streamer yet. I have dropped, like, maybe not hints, but I have mentioned, like, some of the content that I've made. But people haven't asked, like, yo, why did you do that? They just, like, I guess thought I was, like, extremely bored. I did mention the upside down thing as, like, I think it came up in one of the birthday parties where we were discussing, like, man, the human brain is truly amazing, and it is. Because after a while, like, your brain kind of, like, course corrects when stuff is upside down. Please don't do, like, the suicide attack, thank you. It'd be really bad. I don't think we need to, like, use the winter bites for this, but they're kind of in my hand, so I guess, you know, we did use them a little bit there. All of a sudden, like, just completely surrounded by 19 guys. But that's fine. That almost makes it a fair fight. Insert Shadow the Hedgehog meme here. Yeah, you know what? Let's clear, like, some more guys. By clear more guys, I mean just miss a bunch of shots. We can interrupt you. Yeah, I do need to heal, even if it is only like five dudes now. Nice, give me that knockback. Alrighty, I think we're in the clear, to be honest. It wasn't really a whole heck of a lot of danger, but and neither was it high voltage.
Why always the chainsaw? Did you
Anybody up electricking their 6, or is it just me?
don't get back up?
Oh, you lived. I was gonna say, like, I thought we got the EMP explosion, but it was not to be. But yeah, I guess we sorted out what I'm gonna be doing on Tuesday. That's kind of neat. Looking forward to it, actually. And we'll see what that crowd is all like. What kind of people do be tuning in? I wonder if I'll get like some negative comments for being in the Warhammer category when I'm painting like it is a Reaper Minis model. Although I think I can probably get away with it by, I guess maybe I could call it art, but I don't know, dude. The art category, I have this thing, and it's an unpopular opinion. I don't think miniature painting, what 90% of people do, should be considered art. It's a very reductive view because it has to do with art quality, which I know is very, very, like, it's a sore subject for most people. Criticism in general is not always accepted by a lot of folks, and I guess I don't blame them for it, but I don't think what the average person paints when they paint miniatures should be considered art. That's basically the short version of my argument, because it is not. It is just miniature painting. And there are so many techniques that just allow you to abuse the fact that it is a 3D object that you're working on, rather than something 2D, that I don't actually think that it makes it art. There are actual art pieces made by professional painters and extremely talented individuals that are definitely art, but the average person's attempts I don't think count as art, in my view. And this includes my stuff, by the way. Like, you might be thinking, like, oh, you're trying to say that, like, your stuff is art, but other people's isn't. No, my argument is precisely that the stuff that I make is not art. Because I just fucking, like, use it as a 3D coloring book, essentially. And I know some people will be like, oh, are you just trying to be, like, are you trying to get based points by saying that, but also put yourself down? And I don't know what I'm trying to do with it, but it is, like, my actual feelings on the matter. Hey, we got level 1 Survivalist. It only took 2 hours and 53 minutes, apparently, of not playing it. Oh boy. Gonna be a while, huh? And that's just level 1 with the prestige bonus. I guess we probably don't get the prestige bonus when we're not playing the perk. In Survivalist defense. But yes, I don't really want to put myself in the art category. I think, like, digital art is art, for example. AI art, well, you know, jury's still out on that one. I don't want to go into that whole can of worms, but I don't think mini painting is by definition art. I think it can be art, but in the same vein, a lot of things can be art if done to a high enough standard, basically, is my argument. At least that's how I see things. Just my 2 cents. Would love to know your thoughts on this. I guess we can still, like, clear the trash a little. We didn't even, like, slow him down. I mean, he didn't get to hit. Okay, that's a 2-shot. That's good to know. We have definitely, like, not been very accurate this game. I always take the Spitfires and the Winter Bites as an excuse to not be that accurate, when really you still should be accurate with them and go for headshots. Like, projectiles are no excuse. We got him. Alright, wave 27. Like, we're definitely pushing, man. Pushing hard. Kind of happy to see it, too. Yeah, let's go this way, actually. This is the spot that we like. Yeah, so that's something to see in the future. Maybe a nice little Warhammy stream. Could be a fun time. Could be a fun time. And hopefully it'll get me an opportunity to think some more about the whole Overwatch 2 dilemma, if you will. Although, wait, isn't Tuesday, like, the What Games Festival? Isn't that a part of it? It's Tuesday, Wednesday, isn't it? Oh, baby, because I got, like, an email about that. I should, like, check that. Well, I checked it, but, like, I don't remember everything about it now. But there's apparently, because the Game Awards are coming up, Twitch is doing a What Games Festival where you're supposed to play, like, kind of unknown games. And I do have a game that isn't that unknown, and I have, like, covered it on my YouTube channel, like, a year ago. But no one really, like, watched my videos, which is kind of a blessing in disguise in this case, because I get to use it for this, essentially. And I checked the category, and there's currently, like, the last time I checked, there was nobody playing that particular game. So I think it fits. I think it fits into the category nicely. So I'm thinking if it is Tuesday, maybe we should do that instead. Because I can't do Monday, as I mentioned. I have like a important meeting, but it's more about like hobby stuff as well. We're in the middle of potentially setting up a War Games club, and people are people, and there's a lot of hatred going on apparently among a lot of folks. Some of them including myself towards certain individuals. So I wouldn't say that I'm conducting myself particularly well, as it turns out. But yeah, it's something we gotta get sorted, and fast. So that's gonna be happening Monday evening, and that's why I'm not streaming. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. But if Tuesday is the What Games Festival, which it probably is, then we're gonna do that. We're gonna try to do that with that one game that I scoped out. Did we freeze him again? I thought we like freeze him a second time, at least for a minute there. I mean, hey, incidentally, we kind of put together like half of the schedule for next week. Kind of funny how that works. I was saying like, oh man, I don't know if I can do a schedule next week, and apparently, right now it's looking like Tuesday What Games Festival, and then Thursday, based on that alone, would mean that we do Warhammy. Warhammeroid. God, that sounds awful, doesn't it? We could leave the area if we wanted, but I don't think it's that important for us to leave. That was like kind of silly of me. Okay, so we are dead. We are probably dead. Yep, fleshbounds. Fleshbounds just don't die. It's kind of to be expected that it would happen eventually. We just kind of got surrounded, and there was no escape there, essentially. Hallways of death. They call it killing floor, but the hallways are death. I'm still happy, though. We got to level 20, and I don't know how far we wanted to push this in the first place, to be honest. Like, we got the XP that we were looking for. I guess we can, like, check the XP amount. That's something that we could potentially be excited about. Yeah, 32k XP is not bad. Alright, so we're gonna do, to cap it off, this is probably gonna be the last, like, endless thing that we start, because we're running on the 3-hour mark now. I'm thinking we'll go, you know what, I like Outpost. I like Outpost. It's not the best map. I was gonna say not a good map, but that's not true. It's a good map, it's just not the best. But we're gonna go into that little map, and we're gonna play Survivalist, who is now level 1. Incidentally, we've also managed to get one entire level on this lad, so that has to count for something. He's also going to have a much easier time leveling up because he has, I want to say, like 40% extra XP. I guess we can pick HE Frag or Nail Bomb. You know what, I'll take a Flashbang at that point, to be honest, because that seems useful. I kind of like the Molotovs, even if the fire has a ton of self-damage components to it. It's kind of fun, though, because it allows you to clear a bunch of dudes out. Oh yeah, we don't have, like, fast reload for this yet. We don't have anything for this yet. We don't have spontaneous explosion. We're just a guy with a gun. I'm just literally a guy. That's low level any perk, but Survivalist especially. Incidentally, the one thing that the Flashbang doesn't help with is bloats. But to be honest, I don't know why I'm doing this. I should be 9-milling it. And in fact, maybe we should have 9-millied it from the start. It kind of doesn't matter. It would have been better for money, but we don't like make so much on Endless in the first place.
Good kill.
Maybe it's to be seen. I don't know yet what we'll go for. Although it probably will be Locust. It's just 900. But that still means that essentially this wave we're not buying much. Perhaps some ammo and that's it. But yeah, you know what? You know what I'm thinking? I'll probably put together the schedule for those 2 days. And we'll try to do like a mystery third stream. Maybe. Maybe. Getting this to full ammo would not cost that much. Selling it would get us not enough to really get a good gun, incidentally. Although... could get a Winchester, I suppose. We could pick up a Winchester. Now, you know what? Let's get some Granados. Yeah, I'm comfortable with like 20. We're gonna start off with the 9 milli. and then we're gonna move into some grenade action. I don't really know why I'm coming outside. It's not the best spot, but it's where my heart is at, apparently. We're doing an eco round, okay? Then we're gonna try to pick up the Locust. Although, I don't know how useful that's gonna be. I guess it doesn't benefit from a lot of perk abilities, so maybe it's gonna be just as good as it normally is. And it's not bad, generally speaking. We're just like kite fighting already. Kite fight. You gotta fight with a kite. Kite fight. You gotta fight for your life? I mean, that's true. That's true. I don't know how you fight with a kite. Maybe that's like a game that could be made. Like Pokemon, but instead of having weird animal-inspired creatures with all sorts of nasty abilities, you could instead have like kites. It's all just various types of kite. And then it's a battle between kites. Someone make that game. And then credit me and send me royalty checks in the mail. The idea isn't free. But I am, you know, down to negotiate with you. If you are interested. If you're interested in the idea, then we may have the basis of a deal. Because wouldn't you know it, I'm interested in money. I do think that, yeah, like with Survivalist, I gotta get more comfortable with the 9mm. Instead of focusing on starting weapon. Just seems like more economically sound. Like, look at that. We used nothing but the 9mm, and we're still, like, in the clear. Although, yeah, like, difficulty is obviously, like, fairly low, but come on now. It's what we tend to play in the first place. Like, getting all the ammo for this is still not gonna cost a lot. Sad part is, Locust is still out of the question right now. Because 150 still isn't gonna get us where we need to go.
And how many bullets
Yep.
do you have?
Yep, it's not gonna work.
Didn't think so.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. I guess I'll get the 9mm back up.
Armor will help you keep your
We'll get it next wave. We'll get it next wave for sure.
Most people prefer that.
I guess the one problem I have with this map, but we're not going to be here that long because we're so low level, is I don't really have like a preferred hold position at all. Which is kind of why we've been kiting so much. So rather than focusing on the 9mm for this particular wave, I do think that we're going to go... I mean, with 2 players, this is a good spot, by the way. Because one guy can take like this lane, another person takes that lane, and all of a sudden you got yourself a nice little party going. But don't tell anybody, the person on that side gets all the kills. Ooh, free armor. You really shouldn't have. Too kind.
Look out!
I do think, like, let me get completely real with y'all. Let me like drop what's been on my mind, which I don't know if people care that much. Maybe you don't, and that's okay, by the way. That's absolutely fine. But I do think that I need like to work on the whole stream thing if I want to. If I want it to be something that can go somewhere, you know. I don't have like delusions of becoming a giga streamer, and I think that's fine. I think that's for other individuals. I'm here to have fun, but I think I'd have more fun if I had this figured out a little bit more. And I don't think I'm there yet, and I'm not trying to put myself down, so like, please don't be concerned. But I just think that what I do is very basic, you know? Like, I don't think being a chatterbox is quite enough to just cut it, essentially, to generate interest. And as a consequence, you know, like, you're seeing the effects of that, basically. I don't get a lot of chatter interaction, for example. And I don't know how to work on that. I think there's no silver bullet for that. Ideally, you just get, like, a larger chat, which hopefully results in more chat interaction, because you get more people that are down to talk, that are down to type, that are more active. And I'm not dissing the lurkers, by the way, and the people that do watch the VODs, that just like click on them, like, those people are crazy. I don't know why you'd watch a VOD of mine. I upload them for myself because I want to like have that documented that I did this stuff. Again, I don't think anybody cares, but it makes me feel cool to have that stuff, basically. But I don't know why you'd watch that stuff on Twitch. I just don't understand. I get why people watch VODs on Twitch in general. I don't understand why, if you have any amount of time, why you would choose to watch one of mine. So I'm completely blown away, by the way, if you're a VOD watcher and you're somehow 3 hours and 5 minutes into this stream now, in the future. Like, really, hats off to you, man. I don't know what's going on, but I'm very happy for it. But I do think that I need to, like, change something about it, you know? But that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do, because I'm just a chatterbox. I'm just me. And maybe that's not good enough. That's kind of the realization I'm having, that a lot of the more fun people on the platform are just folks that like, you know, play characters and stuff. And that seems like a lot of fun. A little bit of acting, essentially. A little bit of kayfabe. A little bit of lore. And I don't know, dude. Like, there's a part of me that kind of wants to get into that. But I don't know how I would go about that. Haven't figured it out. And I also am a little jealous of the people that don't do that, that are just themselves. But I also understand that a lot of that stuff is, you know, kind of grandfathered in. Like, a lot of the more popular streamers of that nature have been at this for so many years that at this point it's almost just inertia. Like, they're also great at the craft, don't get me wrong, but they have an insane amount of momentum behind them, which even if it is slowing down, which thankfully for some of my favorite people on the platform, it's not the case. They're not slowing down. In fact, I'd say they're only getting stronger, and I actually love to see it. It's kind of cool. It's kind of sweet. But I am jealous of them. But not jealous in the way of like, oh baby, I want to find a way to end their career. But I'm jealous of like, man, like, I wish that was me. You know, the God, I wish that were me. Like, I've seen what you have done for others, God, and I want it for myself. That's more so what I feel. So we'll think about it. We'll think about it. That is something I've been thinking about too. Like, do I want to do some kayfabe? Do I want to figure out a character? Do I want to do some bigger, major gimmick, I guess, and just do that? It's one of those things, you know, where like there's always opportunity cost with that, because it is like kind of cool to do that. But at the same time, you miss out on a bunch of other interactions. So I don't know, dude, and I don't know if it would get me what I want. Because the thing is, I'm not sure what I want in the first place. As we mentioned, I'm not really certain. I was talking about chat interaction earlier, but like I don't know if more chat interaction is really also what I want. It's like, I don't know, like I see it in some chats and it seems cool, but I don't know if it is cool. I don't have, you know, first-hand experience. And I myself don't go into the super big stream chats. Like, I tend to lurk more in those than anything else. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I really don't know what route I want to take with this, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I have a lot of fun engaging with it for sure. And that's why I keep coming back and doing it. And that's why seeing the collection of VODs and like the overall amount of time that I've streamed go up, and the number of VODs increase, and the slight little hints of maybe making progress and getting like a little bit more attention from people that actually are on this platform, it fills me with like a good feeling. And I guess because of that, I kind of want to chase that high, but I don't know how I should go about doing that, and whether or not that's like healthy, to be real with you. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, hey, maybe it's okay if I don't. Maybe it's fine if I just do what I feel like doing, basically, and just stick to that. But I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Oh, let's get to this area in the meantime. I feel like we're getting very philosophical tonight all of a sudden. But that's kind of what I mean. I don't think if you play character that you can do that, unless it's like part of who you are. I guess anything goes, though. At the end of the day, your character is yours, so you get to do whatever you want with them.
Something is close.
I don't know, man. There's a lot to think about, basically, is what I'm getting at. That's the recurring sentence in my brain tonight, that apparently I need to think a lot about how I want to do stuff and what I want to do in the first place. And that's not a bad thing, by the way. That's pretty cool, because thinking is actually great. I've had to realize over the years that I usually get more sad when I think. But I think that might be a lot of people too, and it's one of the reasons why, especially the younger generation now, I think really enjoys, you know, distractions. I do too, by the way. I do too. My attention span has definitely lowered over the years, and I'm not, like, proud of it. And there is a part of me that's thinking, like, maybe I should try to change that. Maybe I should become more patient again, become more attentive, become just a little bit more focused, essentially. Because I notice on myself that I struggle to do all sorts of tasks nowadays if I don't, like, really enjoy them. I don't have that with streaming, thankfully, but I have it with my job, and it's not good. But still, I gotta figure out what I want to do, essentially, is the long and short of it. Gotta get that shit done. Well, we don't got to, but it would be nice. I don't know if the headshots matter. He got stunned by the bugs, apparently. Interesting. I haven't really seen that before, but hey, I guess he just got really weak. Ah yes, the cafeteria croval. My favorite. Sometimes, you know, you need a bigger spoon for your soup. Clearly. I guess maybe it's a little pessimistic of me, but there's a part of me that is afraid that I'll never figure that out, you know? Like, I'll let you in on another. This is apparently the big. I'll let you in on a secret stream. I guess we could combine and get the arc generator. That's a fun one. Although at that point we'd probably just use the arc generator a lot. But what's wrong with that? Okay, we apparently have infinite money from the looks of it. Full HRG loadout. Some people would be mad with that. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'll let you in like on a tiny little bit of a secret. Last year around this time, so I started doing YouTube a while ago now, and I had a lot of fun like making YouTube content, but it didn't really go anywhere with the gaming stuff. It's very saturated, so I didn't feel bad, and I never took it personally, which I think is the right way of going about it, by the way. And I basically did it just to be able to say, like, hey, like, I tried to do, like, just some random YouTube videos. Not, like, Let's Plays, because I did begin, like, a Let's Play, but I didn't really stick to it. And I wouldn't say that I feel bad about that, because it was, you know, like, a throwaway thing where I was like, hey, like, this could be fun. I do think it could make for a better, like, stream, especially with the length of the game that I had picked out. But I digress. Maybe we'll do that next week, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I did it for the experience primarily, but after that, I also, because I got into like video editing a little bit, not like really like doing any kind of proper editing, just like cutting some stuff basically. I decided like, hey, like since this is a thing that I do now, I guess I could try to see what like making Hungarian content and wargaming related stuff would be like. So what I decided to do was essentially, oh, this is actually giving us what I want in the first place. What I decided to do was I made like a news show about wargaming related news that were published by, you know, first party stuff, but mostly like just Games Workshop. Essentially, I just took the Warhammer community articles, translated the material that they included, which sometimes was very like short, sometimes it was very long, talked about new releases. I didn't really put like a lot of like op-eds in there. I didn't put a lot of my own opinions in there. I tried to make it just news, which I think is going about it wrong, by the way, in hindsight. But I still managed to get like 1 or 2 videos to kind of pop up. Not like super big, but a couple thousand views, I think, on like 2 separate videos. And the rest of it is like 2-view stuff, essentially, which isn't bad. I wouldn't say that I'm disappointed, but that's about what I expected. And at the end of the day, I got really burnt out on it because it was something I had to do every single day. And because my motivation was completely gone by the end of it, it would occasionally take me like 2-3 hours just to cut together like a very basic fucking video. By the way, let me like reset the camera because apparently I don't know, it looks weird. I don't know what's going on there, but it looks like a little better now. That's what I mean. There's problems with this camera, dude. So essentially I did that and I got burnt the fuck out, but I did make 110 or like 101, I'm not sure. Like I did it for 3 months straight, over 3 months. And before then I did the collection of the news in the first place. What inspired the YouTube thing to begin with was the idea that I was collecting the news, getting the pictures, writing some opinions, but basically just sticking to facts as much as I could for 4 months or so in the Facebook group that I was working on. People like appreciated it, and then I graduated it to making videos when it was wintertime and I wasn't traveling as much for work. Now it would be more difficult, and that's another reason why I'm kind of glad that I stopped doing it, because it would be very tough. Occasionally when I would miss something, I would like go back and try to do it the next day on a weekend or something, but that was always rough. And a lot of this stuff is very easily dated, you know? Like it ages like milk is what I would say. When something is new, it's new, and when it's no longer new, people don't care so much. So you gotta do it that day, pretty much. And even if you do it that day, you might have some problems. But what I'm trying to say is that I got really burnt out on this. I was gonna say, like, my man needs to die, but he's taking a sweet time with it. Did this always emit so much light? It's kind of different from what I remember. Maybe it's just the snow, but it's kind of cool. So I got really burnt out on that, but I did enjoy the fact that I did that for 3 months, like over 3 months. And before then, I did, again, the just writing side of it for over 3 months. So my current attitude to life a little bit is that if I ever give something a try, I basically think at least in increments of like 3 months. I look at like a quarter of a year as like an honest, you know, like attempt. But I'm like, okay, that's an amount of time that allows you to see like a microcosm of how this will do and how much you'll enjoy it. Because in 3 months you'll get through like the honeymoon phase, you'll get through some of the other stuff. You'll see what parts of it you like and what parts of it you don't like. And that's kind of a good thing. That's actually really, really good because it allows you to figure out if you want to spend like more time and more resources on it. So in the case of the Warhammer YouTube channel, it's just in stasis. It's not like active. I've not updated it. I've not put out like an update video. I've not explained my hiatus like on the channel because frankly I don't think I owe it to people. I never put a lot of personality into it because that wasn't the point. And when I was considering putting more personality into it, I just kind of ran into the problem of what kind of content I could make, and I wasn't comfortable making the type of content that people were asking for. Because people essentially apparently wanted me to do like spoon-feeding lore videos in Hungarian, even though people already do that, and I just didn't want to do that. I just didn't want to do it. I'm gonna be real with you, I really don't like that. Like, I just don't. I'm just not a big fan. I wonder if like headshots matter for this. Can't really tell. They don't appear to matter that much. But I mean, it's also because we don't have like a lot of damage modifiers yet. Obviously, we're like level 5. But yeah, so streaming, I guess the big thing I'm trying to get at, and we've taken, I think, 15 minutes to get to this point, which again might be a problem with me, where I think I'm good with the joke delivery, not so good about staying on one topic and you know, getting it done shortly. Although I think that's kind of like natural stalling, so maybe that gets people more invested. I'm not sure. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, in terms of streaming, I kind of have like an internal clock where I'm like, I want to do 3 active months of it at least. And that's why when I did stuff in spring, like this spring with Nightmare Reaper, I'm not really counting that because it was so infrequent that it's really hard to view it as an actual attempt. I'm not really counting September because, again, in September I think I streamed a grand total of like 10 hours. So that doesn't really count. I was busy with a lot of other stuff, as it turns out. I've now changed my focus. I would say around end of October is when I'm basically starting it. And now we've basically done end of November. We're getting into December. So I would say we're about 1 to maybe 2 months deep, depending on how we want to look at it. And I'd have to look at the date of the streams, basically. That's also why I'm documenting it so much with the VOD channel. There's a reason for that, turns out. I guess we'll start with this thing, because I think it might deal additional damage to his, like, armor. Although it doesn't, like, seem to, but the thought was there. We also, like, don't deal a lot of damage yet, obviously. So, kind of, I have, like, a streaming timeline where I want to do this for 3 months. Relatively actively. Which is also the reason why I'm thinking that I would really enjoy if I could just have like three streams a week, because that's like consistently, that's at least consistent enough to maybe get some feel for the feedback, you know, to see how that goes. Why is he not like falling over when his armor is breaking? I guess is the question I have. He hasn't really stopped. This is definitely, like, more dangerous than I anticipated. We apparently just got the pre-fire kill on him, though, which is kind of sweet. Push in hard, obviously. Already got 5 levels worth. But we're struggling a little bit. But yeah, there's a couple more streams in me, for sure, where I want to, like, try with the consistency, see what we can get done. And I wouldn't say that I'm, like, threatening to leave the platform, because I have a ton of fun here. It's not even that. It's just, I don't know, dude. Like, if it doesn't go anywhere, then I guess there's a part of me, and I don't know where that anywhere is in the first place. That's, again, I don't have a set thing in mind. I guess maybe I should. Maybe I should try to make a timeline. Like, hey, let's make affiliate in, like, I don't know, 2 months. Let's have, like, that as a goal. I do think I need to set, like, clearer goals, but I also need to figure out what I want to do and how I want to get there, basically. And I think that's what we're struggling with in a big way. Where my issue is that I started this just out of the blue because I was like, hey, it could be fun, and it is a lot of fun. I definitely see why people engage and do like a ton of streams and try to make it into a job. Although that part kind of scares me, if I'm honest with you. Like, there's a ton of stuff there that I'm just like, oh boy. There's a lot that I wouldn't say makes me supremely uncomfortable, but like, I don't know, dude. It just, some of it is weird. And I think it is like it involves a ton of stressful aspects. Let's put it that way. My man just headbutted me, dude. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that yet. The full-time aspect of it, and maybe never potentially. And I'm not like trying to be sad, but it's more like I have a ton of real-life commitment basically already. That might mean that even if for some reason we pop off, if you will, there's gonna be some real-life stuff that will kind of get in the way there, and we'll have to decide like which way we go with that. So I'm not trying to be like a negative Nancy. I'm more like not attempting to dox myself more than I have. Although, I don't know, I don't care so much about that, to be honest. I wouldn't say that Operation Security is my strong suit, but then, yeah, I have a couple opinions on that, obviously. My slightly spicy opinions. I think practicing OPSEC is good, just in general. Like, let me hit you with my primary opinion. I don't think the way I do it, which is, like, you don't care so much about whether or not you're stalkable or not. I think ideally you do care, and ideally you do try to take it into account that, you know, you shouldn't like let information out that you're not comfortable being out, which I do. Like, I am selective about what I share, and I try not to overshare for obvious reasons. But I think that well, let me put it this way. I think for a very understandable reason, I'm not in as much danger as certain other creators on the platform. And I do think there's a gender bias here, because in my experience, just outside looking in, it's generally more the female streamers that tend to that actually tend to struggle with that, because stalkers are significantly more terrifying, and unfortunately, the female streamers get that kind of attention, basically, whether or not they want to. A lot of times people say, oh, it's because of the content that they make. I don't necessarily agree. I think there's crazy people out there who are into both guys and girls, and that's just something that you have to like accept. But I do think that the female streamers, I think, struggle a lot more with that, because unfortunately there's apparently a much higher chance of getting one of those crazy people into your fan group, I guess, and then they kind of go ape shit, and you have to like uproot your whole life. It happens sometimes to male streamers as well, but I think it happens a lot less frequently. So I don't know. But that's what I mean. Like, I think unfortunately that also means that depending on, you know, what kind of a streamer you are, you're gonna have to watch out for OPSEC very differently. Like, practicing poor OPSEC as a female streamer, I think, is the worst possible thing you could do. And people will unfortunately abuse that as well. That's the worst part, that it's not even like, oh, like you just have faith in humanity. It's literally a case of like, no, you're unfortunately going to face a ton of like bad consequences for that. And that's like really sad. Whereas I think as a male streamer, you don't have to worry about that so much. Bad stuff can obviously happen to you, like if you get doxxed or whatever, but it's still by and large way worse from what I've seen for the female streamers. And unfortunately that's just how it is, based on, again, what I've seen so far. It's all just rooted in anecdotes. I haven't seen any studies about it. I'm actually interested if there are studies about that, to be honest, and maybe a potential explanation as to why people get that way. Like, maybe anonymity brings out different things in people, basically. Because I do think that even the streamers that don't really make the typical, you know, Coomer content, unfortunately have to deal with the schizos. They're out there. It doesn't matter if you're making like the least sexually fueled content on the platform, folks will absolutely still be like, oh yeah, baby. And I sometimes get like weirded out by that, but then I remember, like, yeah, sure, sexuality is more than anything in people's heads, basically. It's more about the context, and at the end of the day, context is something that can be manufactured by the person who's looking for the arousal. So I think it's that. It's weird because when I get into these like topics, it feels like kind of good content, you know, but it's not really what Twitch is all about, I feel like. So I can't help but think that maybe all these, like, I loathe to call it, like, high-minded thoughts, because, by God, we just had, like, a monologue about female streamers get harassed, essentially. It's the short version of it. But still, it was kind of involved, you know? I felt, maybe not proud of it, but there were some actual thoughts in there, some expression was going on. I don't know, like I said, I gotta figure this shit out, man. I gotta think about a lot of stuff. I do think that, and this is gonna be the hard part, I wanna kind of sit down with some folks that are slightly ahead of me and like discuss like what they feel, basically. But it's gonna be hard because some of these people are not online that frequently in the first place, because they're prepping for a ton of cool shit. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes with some of the people I follow, and I'm so fucking looking forward to their return. I'm very excited, actually. But I'd love to, like, discuss some stuff with them, talk shop, I guess, but I don't know, man. I also don't want to be a burden, basically. We probably have better stuff to do than talk, like, random Twitch shit with, like, a little nobody, even if I am in their chats occasionally and all that. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it. Could have some problems here. We're definitely getting juggled. Man, Beefcake is gonna be a problem, clearly. I'm not even sure what hit me there. I still don't know what actually hit me. Yeah, I feel like we're going down. Yup, the Gorefast gets us. Not the giant, not the actual big, huge, like, flesh pound. It's the random Gorefast after. Still, Wave 13 is not bad. Although, that was only, like, 27 minutes. So there's a part of me that's like, maybe we should do another one. Maybe we should do another one. Let's pick a different map. I think I could do, like, another 30 minutes. We could do another 30 minutes easy. Let's try to pick a map where it might even be doable, though. You know what? Let's do shopping spree. The Christmas times are upon us. We might as well get in there. I was discussing this with my brother because it was his birthday just yesterday, and I think it's one of those things that both him and I struggle with, the whole overthinking. And I mean, you kind of saw like a glimpse of that earlier when I was saying like, hey man, like, there's a part of me that's like, I should ask like some of the people that are a little bit ahead of the game, not like, you know, like a person with fucking 15,000 viewers, but just like someone that's you know, maybe already at affiliate, maybe already planning their streams, maybe already like thinking about what content they're gonna make, what jumps they're gonna do, and what shifts, you know, they're like seeing in terms of what is expected of them. Should like talk to those people. But then the moment I have that thought, I kind of talk myself out of it with like, oh, but I'm like a little nobody, why would they talk with me? Even if we are kind of, you know, quote unquote friends. And I don't think that's like a healthy attitude. And I noticed this about my brother, and I was telling him like, no, you gotta get that like under control, man, because it's not right to think like that. You shouldn't have to think like that. It shouldn't be normal for your brain to basically like dismiss very reasonable thoughts, by the way. Because if, you know, like, you're walking on a path and you get to talk to someone who's a little bit farther ahead, who's a little bit more experienced, why wouldn't you? Like, that's the greatest way to unlock knowledge that otherwise you would have to work very, very hard to get. It literally makes everything a little easier. Kind of pleased that we did that, like, without getting hit. It doesn't give us any extra XP, but it makes me feel a little bit cooler. Let me check something. Okay, everything's all Gucci. Yeah, maybe I will try to set that up though, just to get like a little bit of insight. There's a lot on my mind, man. That's the thing. It's going a mile a minute. All right, let's just skip the trader. There's so much to think about in this world, and I don't enjoy thinking. I've realized over the years, not a lot of people actually enjoy thinking, and it makes sense, because it uses up so many fucking calories. It's insane. even if we don't engage in like high-level thinking. I think there was a study that apparently competitive chess players burn 600 calories an hour just sitting and playing chess, which is insane because to put it into perspective, like 600 calories burnt is about, I want to say like a leisurely bike ride for an hour. That's kind of like nasty when you realize like you're just sitting though and playing a game, but you're using your brain so much that it uses the same amount of resources. Keep in mind, in one case, you're using your legs to literally like move an object so that you yourself are moved, and your whole body is potentially moving to accommodate that, basically. And in the other case, you're just sitting down, and it consumes the same amount of energy. That's insane. So your brain, like, in an attempt to be more efficient, really tends to avoid thinking. That's why the whole instinctual stuff exists. You build habits, basically, which are kind of like, I guess, almost... what would be the nice way of putting it? Like, kind of shortcuts, you know? Your brain kind of puts it together like, okay, so we did this before. Like, this was an appropriate response to a situation. Let's keep doing that. Because then, if I can just keep doing that, then I don't have to think about what I need to do. I don't even know how we got into this conversation, but yeah. Oh yeah, I don't like thinking. Turns out, again, remembering stuff I don't like to do either. It's tough. It's tough. There's a lot to fucking think about. And I feel like maybe I should have figured all this out before we jumped in harder, but yeah, didn't do that, huh? Okay, so I guess we'll do wave 3 with the HX now. So if we sold it, that would be 875. I guess we could pick up the Locust. Just barely. With 24 rockets, that should be fine. Move back to that one spot. Yeah, I'm looking to have like a nice 30-minute endless game to cap off the night, basically. I just really like seeing a 4-hour stream, man. That's the thing that drives me. I don't know why, but in my head, it's really only a stream if it's 4 hours long. Again, that's a very reductive way of looking at it. But hey, it is apparently how I think. I do like this map overall. It's kind of cool. The music overlay sometimes gets a little weird because there's a lot of places where you have like the Christmas storm music going on. And it's a bit weird when you also have the metal blasting in the background. It makes for like an interesting combination, to put it lightly. But other than that though, it's kind of nice, and I mean this is definitely the season for it. All the Christmas trees and all that. What fun. The slaying time, the Zed slaying time, clearly. Man, there's still so much stuff I need to do for Christmas. I mentioned some secret projects before, but I just need to like source some fucking gifts as well for a ton of family members. Still so much to do, and it's already like December. Only got like 2 weeks basically to figure this shit out. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be absolutely rough. Man. The time is definitely going by. I do think that I'll try to, like, you know, go through all the, well, maybe not all, but some of the stuff that we discussed tonight. Because I do think that we had some good brain moments. Let's call them that. It's an awkward way of putting it, but I think you might get what I mean. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at is I think we had a lot of very valid thoughts about, like, how the hell we even want to do this. And I wouldn't necessarily say that I figured some stuff out. But for example, for next week, I have a vague idea of what are some of the things I want to try. Maybe even some streaming dates that I could potentially set in stone. And if that's the case, and we can just do that with like a little bit of thinking, then maybe I should, instead of just doing busy work and keeping busy with a lot of other stuff, maybe I need to be a little bit more active in that regard and think more like off stream as well, so that I can figure some of the answers out a little bit and go in the directions that I want to. Because I don't think I'm going in a bad direction right now, don't get me wrong. I think just keeping busy, streaming, having the occasional stranger pop up and be like, yo, what's up? And then having a combo with them, that's a lot of fun. I really like it. But I do think that there's a lot more that we could potentially do. And I wouldn't mind doing that more. In fact, I would be thrilled to get into it. But in order to get there, we gotta do some stuff differently. And that doesn't mean what we're doing now is bad. It just means what we're doing is not necessarily what we should be doing. Again, I think that attitude is very fucking important. Probably more important than anything else. In like every aspect of life. And people aren't ready for that one. People don't want to admit that a lot of the time stuff, potentially awful, terrible shit happens to you because you kind of did deserve it because of the way you were behaving. Your attitude just was incorrect. You were basically ready to be antagonized. And it's kind of shitty. Like, a lot of people don't enjoy that because it is oftentimes, you know, it comes off occasionally as victim blaming, which is, by the way, not the intent that I have. I do need to stress that. But yeah, I do think that just in general, we gotta have like a different attitude than what we have nowadays. There's a lot of unhealthy shit going on at every level of the world, and you kind of hate to see it. If I can kind of meme it up a little bit. Chest beam, of course. I wonder if we can actually kill the newly buffed King Fleshpound. Though Locust seems to be rather good. Maybe this thing is what we should be focusing on, huh? I'll give it a shot, man. I'll actually upgrade it. You know what? I'll just upgrade the crap out of it and see what we can do. It worked previously in like a short game. Maybe it can work even in the endless. Oh, and we can get right on that too. We can upgrade like once more after. Let's see. I guess I could have moved back, but maybe we can still run back from here. We might get an area. Oh, yes we did. Cool. I guess my promise going forward is that we will probably do like a what game kind of thing, because I think it could be fun. I've never taken part in like a global Twitch style event, and again, it seems like a fun thing to do. I don't expect it to give me like a big boost or whatever, and I don't really like want to do it for that reason. I want to do it more so that I can say like, oh yeah, like I took part in the What Games Festival. I don't think anybody's gonna care, but hey man, maybe if they do, it would be kind of funny. I want to do it for I don't know, the participation. Give me the participation trophy. I'm all about that life. And I guess we'll try to do some Warhammery goodness this week as well, which could be a lot of fun. And the big thing that I promised that isn't just like, you know, kind of a little glimpse into the future of like, oh yeah, I'll do this or that, because that's like fairly boring, is I kind of promise, well not even kinda, because I can't really like kinda promise something. I promise that I'm going to do more thinking about what I'm actually like doing here. That always reminds me of a little bit of Katawa Shoujo. I can't remember the exact scene, but my favorite character in the whole game, Rin Tezuka, has a moment when I believe that she's talking to one of the class presidents, maybe a teacher, but she's basically told like you should. Oh, I think it's about the gallery opening in her route. Now I remember the context a little bit. But I think she's told like, oh, you should like think about opening this gallery with me, like actually having an art show of all of your pieces, because it would be fucking amazing. And she's like, well, yeah, I will think about it. And then, you know, the person is a little pushy, so they tell them like, well, you should think about it seriously. Like come on now, this is like a fantastic opportunity for you. And her response is only like, we'll think more seriously. I'll let you in on a little bit of a secret. I like that character so much. I would kind of actually, you know, I'll dip into my inner weeb for a little bit. I don't consider myself a big weeb. I'm sure like this could be a clip that ages like milk in the future, but I don't consider myself a big old weeb. And I would still describe myself as essentially being in love with that particular character. She's fantastic. Love everything about her. She stole my heart and my soul and everything, and I do not want it back. They're in good hands, I would say. And I started working, even though I'm not much of a musician, as we established. I'm very interested in the concept of music, but I think I'm kind of a talentless hack when it comes to making it. I dabble in singing, but I don't know how to play instruments, for example, and I am also very lazy to learn. I'm kind of curious to maybe like get into synthesizers, because they seem to be very, very versatile and fun for that reason. Like, you can do a lot with them. So I've been thinking about that, but I've never made any headway, and for the last 2 years it's been like something on my to-do list. I'm like, maybe look into like how to learn to play the synth, buy like a cheap one, maybe a used one, and like dabble a little bit. Could be fun, but I never really take the time. But what I'm trying to say is that I started working at least on the lyrics and the rhythm of a song that would be a love song dedicated to Rin Tezuka. And it is in fact titled Will Think More Seriously.
Let's make sure.
And it includes a ton of references, obviously, because if you're gonna do that, you might as well cram it chock fucking full of references to the character. Like, why even live at that point? It's a love song to a fictional character. You might as well just fucking make it as on the nose as humanly possible.
I'll account for that in the next batch of flesh pounds.
Oh, it's a good thing that the Crowell doesn't need, you know, actually refilling. So we can still fit something that weighs 7 in here. And to be honest, the arc generator wasn't as nice as I remember it being. I wouldn't say that I'm disappointed, but it was not the greatest. I guess we could think about putting in like a demolitionist thing.
Think slow.
I guess it would be Tommy Boom, but I guess we could also buy the Tommy Boom right now if we really wanted to. We do have a demolitionist like passive now, and this would actually go together very well.
They're right behind you. Well,
Although it could also just be a kaboom stick, and that's pretty good. I think we're gonna wait for the kaboom stick. I like it a lot more. It's boring, but very good.
activate Omega maneuver.
So what is this? It's all stalkers, but don't believe the lies. It might also include Edars. There you go. That's some jank game goodness, because, you know, like, the Edars are spawned in the place of stalkers, which is why they pop up in this one. Because Edars, well, they're not very common, but they have a low rate, like a low chance to spawn. Both instead of husks and also instead of stalkers, I think. Which is also why they show up in the husk waves. And why people don't like them so much. Just look for the shimmers and eliminate them. I guess I did interrupt the trapper, huh? Kind of bad on my part, but hey. An attempt was made. I can say that much. I mean, this is weirdly working. Takes a little while to get the kills, but it is kind of cool.
Watch out! Something is cloaked.
No, I guess she dies like rather fast. Yeah, it's not bad. There's a little bit of a delay.
Not that it will matter. You'll
It's really quite good against the bosses when you mag dump it.
your survival
Stationary enemies don't tend to like it.
is pathetic.
We'll try to see what we can do with the old locust. But yeah, that's a reason why I would say I'm very interested in maybe going into music more. But again, it would require a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I am a very lazy person who is very bad at time management. I wouldn't say that I have a lack of time, because the thing is, everyone has the same amount of time. So if someone tells you that they don't have time for something, they're kind of like talking out of their ass, and they hope that you're just like also maybe busy around that time. In your life in general, maybe you're like just busy enough to give them a pass. This is really badly done, by the way. I've never noticed this before, but like, why are the tiles not like connected better? Or if they're not gonna be connected, then just like put the newspapers like on top of the cracks that don't connect.
Tricks for you.
It's simple.
Biting, clawing, killing tricks.
I'm still gonna try to stick as much as we can to the locust,
Now you know.
because I want to see like how far we can push with this at like a low level, basically.
Let's make sure.
A lot of gore fiends. They do die after a while, at least.
Prepare, Fräulein. It's unbalanced.
Interestingly enough, they also panic, but I guess this is like a poison style panic. This is almost like a medic gas type weapon a little bit in the way it works. I guess the particle effects are different, but it doesn't matter that much.
I'll still find you. Yeah.
Ah yes, good old Z time, my favorite. We don't yet even have, I think, the Z time fast reload. Maybe I'm wrong, but it didn't seem particularly fast right there.
There you are.
Maybe we'll use, I mean, we should use the kaboom stick against this guy. because it's a flesh pound. Like, it just stands to reason that it's still gonna go faster than the Locust, if I have to guess. Kind of disappointing that we didn't hit this guy. But when I say disappointing, I mean, like, I'm a little bit mad at myself that I just missed a bunch of shots. It takes like 3 when it's Bobble's dead. Right, let's take a look at this lad. So that's a Magdum, but he's also like still moving, so he does get stumbled. That's like 12. Yeah, so it's 13 and a little bit of time. So it's gonna be boss time. If it's gonna be King Fleshpound again, we probably will use. Although, you know what? It went okay last time with just a Locust. So maybe it's fine. Maybe we can still do that. I wanted to say, like, we'll use the Kaboom Stick, because it's obviously, as an explosive weapon, a little bit better suited against Fleshpound type enemies. But after his shield went down last time, this thing, like, ate him alive. So maybe we could still give it a shot. And I mean, it could be anybody else. I would also guess that this is pretty good against Hans, because he's also very, very stationary. Maybe Matriarch too, if we can like sneak in a couple shots before she does some of her attacks. She's also kind of like a Diablo 2 style enemy, like attack. She has to stop moving to attack. It is King Fleshpound, so I guess we can test what it's going to be like compared to the Wave 5 version of him. The Wave 5 dies so fast, but to be honest, I think the Wave 5 Endless boss is weaker than the normal boss he would face on like a regular survival type thing. That's not like a whole lot of health damage, but there is a ton of damage over time associated with this. It is like a dot weapon. Yeah, man, like the bugs. So now his movement speed, I think, is going to be a little short, like little shorter, slower, if anything. So he stands in it more. Dude, those things like eat him alive. Alright, that's not bad at all, actually. I do like the little bug particle effect. It's probably like really easy to make something like that, but it just looks nice. The little bugs flying around are kind of neat. Alrighty, let's grab some stuff. I guess we could think about upgrading this thing. We haven't been using it much, but why not? It is endless. Like we have to consider that too. We might be here a while, although, like I said, like I don't mind if it's just 30 minutes. Because it's still early days, and I also kind of am just gunning for the 4-hour stream right now. We have medic training. Yeah, we're not really meleeing much, so honestly, medic training might be like what we pick anyway. Even in a team setting, I would usually go with that. It's kind of useful to have an off medic, unless you have like an intent to go into a melee style berserker, a melee style survivalist thing. I don't really see why you would go like melee specialist. It's not bad, but it's certainly not that inspired, I think. If you're gonna be playing melee, although I don't know, you do get access to heavy armor, but it seems so counterintuitive to have to buy armor constantly. And then I feel like you'd be so easily like dealt with. I guess you know what we could do? We could also try like a make-believe berserker as survivalist. But the tough part is, because we took medic specialist, we could have access to medic grenades now, right? Or is that not how that works anymore? I guess we can check real quick. Maybe you don't get access to medic grenades at all anymore. How does that work then? Oh yeah, it's the next one. It's the next one. Ammo vest and weapon harness, of course. So it would be 20% melee attack speed, 75% more damage. That's a lot. That's definitely a lot. 25% faster when using any melee weapon. It does sound just like crappier berserker though. And I mean, the only thing you could combine this with would be the pulverizer, if you want to go heavy weapons training. I guess you would want to take, instead of weapon harness, like ammo vest, because the healing grenade is going to be more useful once your armor goes down to stay in the fight. I don't know, that could be something that we try as well at some point. Try to build a better berserker. Maybe not better, but different. But that could be a funny title. Build a bear berserker. You know what? I might do that. That seems like a fun title. I'll have to write that down. Insert the people, write that down here. Alrighty. Can't tell if... Okay, my man is like just swinging all over the place, apparently. Oh, he looks like completely emancipated, dude. He's like, oh no. His arm is like fucked up. Shooting them bugs. Yeah? Okay, I was gonna say, where do you want me to go? Sometimes these arrows get mighty fucked up. That's all I'm saying.
Ammunition.
Do we actually... Oh, I guess we need quite a bit of ammo, huh? I guess we can start pouring our money into our pistol. We've reached that wonderful point. Oh man, I could have saved a ton of money. Crap. Should have thought about it. Should have used my brain for 2 seconds. I think we'll be okay though. For a while at least. Kinda happy that we're already like level 10. We're getting through the easy part of the grind at least. Although, to be honest with this guy, Prestige 2 is not bad because everything else is also going to be, like, decent in terms of speed. I feel like slashers are going to be quite easy to deal with. I feel like we will do that, actually. The next time we play Killing Floor, we'll try to build a berserker. And try, like, a melee-based survivalist. And see what we can see. Could be fun. Maybe I'll end up liking it more than actual Berserker. I kind of doubt it though, because one of the best parts of Berserker is the raw damage with something like the Battle Axe, and we might not even get to use the Battle Axe. Although, to be honest, Pulverizer is a lot of fun too, and I haven't used it in a while. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to do it now though. Like, there's a part of me that does want to do it, but I think it could be better as like its own thing. You know, right now we're just being the bee shooter guy. It's like when someone misunderstands like pea shooter, and they're like, "Oh yes, the bee shooter." It's like, no, pea shooter. It's like, no, yeah, bees, of course, absolutely bees. It's like, you know, bacon, lettuce, tomato, but BLT, and someone goes like, well, it's bees, lettuce, and tomato. Vegetables and a hornet. Oh, I'm stealing that joke from Headgum, by the way. They literally did that. I'll come clean. I didn't come up with that one. Bees, lettuce, and tomato. Vegetables and a hornet. On rye. I would say that it's not like very exciting to do this with the Locust. It's just not that satisfying to use. It's a good weapon, but it's just not the most satisfying weapon to use, it feels like. So maybe we will switch. Maybe we will switch just for the fun of it. I was gonna say, is my man like stuck? Alright, we got him. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, we're here for like a little bit of time. Let's make it a little bit more exciting, okay? If we sell a bunch of shit and like a respec, first off, let's respec what we need. So we've respec'd into that. Our healing is worse now, but I think that's okay. Potentially. And we basically want to let's actually see. Pulverizer. It weighs 6. Let's get the pulverizer then. Let's fill it up. Let's upgrade it.
Found ammo.
I kind of want to like check the Demolitionist versus like Berserk. Well, Demolitionist, like the damage stuff that we have. I don't know, man. Like maybe it'll just work. Maybe it'll just work.
Last call for guns and bullets.
I don't know. Like I guess we won't have to parry that much. We'll figure it out, but. Maybe at the end of stream we'll look at the numbers. I definitely think Berserker is more high damage. The attack speed isn't bad. Yeah, like we can one-shot a clot. Joy of joys. You can't like one-shot these guys. Yeah, I got my doubts. Kind of got my doubts about that. And it's so scary to have to care about the armor, you know? I can't help but think that it's gonna like end poorly, but you never know. I guess like the question is, who do we save like the big shots for? Because right now we're just like mashing regular attack, which is okay, but I guess that works. Okay, so that's a 2-shot. That's not bad. It's just like now I'm scared because we have no more armor left. There's still 7 of them. It's kind of cool though. Okay, now we are actually like scared potentially. I don't know where you came from, but it looks like this has a different like reload animation too, because of the demolition stability that we have. I feel like maybe we should just mash heavy attack on everything, but it can't possibly be the right way to go, right? But it's definitely way cooler when we get to explodinate everything.
The trainer pod design is not terrible.
And I guess like this potentially an upgrade here for this. How badly do we want it is the question. We can also just parry. We shouldn't forget that. Even if it doesn't give us like a, you know, a positive buff, it stops a bunch of damage coming in. So that's something to keep in mind. I don't know. Maybe like melee focus survivalist is gonna be a lot of fun. That went like okay. We should remember that we have access to a flashbang too.
Found ammo.
Wave 14.
Although I don't think we can. I guess we can try to do like a dirty takedown. We can try to do that.
Just saw a shimmer. Something
Let's see. Yeah, the little stuff. I mean, I would say it works, but like it does some stuff. I like the AoE on the heavy attacks for sure. It's kind of cool and interesting. Although I wonder if the damage is increased for that too. Let's do one of those dirty takedowns. I guess it works. It's kind of weird that it does, but it works. Alright, so he's stunned, going back in for the kill. It's not as cool when, you know, you don't do the big ol' heavy attack. That's kind of like fun though. So now we're faced with a problem again. We're not like parrying enough for sure. But it is what it is. I guess if you don't reload it, you do get access to a heavy attack anyway, so that is something to consider. It's kind of nice, like kind of exciting.
You're just dragging this out. How long will a weakling like you survive?
How the hell are we gonna do this with the boss? I got no clue, Bo. I don't think we're going to do it against the boss, but we can try. You know what? Let's see. Let's see what we can do against the boss. I look forward to this.
Wave 15.
Oh, Lord. It's Kevin, too.
If you want someone dismembered properly, do it yourself.
This is gonna be exciting. Ammo is not so great for this weapon. Especially without having access to ammo vest, clearly. Oh yeah, again, armor is like of the utmost importance for us. You know what, let's like reload this. can't tell where he went.
Finish it off.
Yeah, we can't really like chase, sadly. I think you should just like switch weapons for that, really. It's probably the way to fix it, but yeah, I feel like this will end very poorly and we'll have to like fall back onto the Locust. And if you're gonna be playing hybrid Berserker, I'm like, might as well just play regular Berserker, even if it has its own like problems.
Just you're going to pay for that. Cut that out.
I mean, if he stays in place, it kind of works.
To kill you.
I can't tell if... I don't think... Well, we definitely didn't finish him in his crit spot. For what it's worth. We did get through the Wave 15 boss, incidentally.
Will help you keep your insides in.
Oh, I guess we need to make some room for that, too. What we place next to it, I guess we could still like get just another Locust and upgrade like less. I mean, we kind of did that, so let's do that. Let's just... We have a maxed out like pulverizer, so it's even more damaging. It's gonna be what we focus on, essentially, is kind of my current plan. See what we can do with that.
Wave 16.
The thing I want to check after we're done, you know, with this endless game, is definitely like the sheer number of damage bonuses Berserker gets, to kind of like compare, because I don't know off the top of my head how much of a damage bonus like Berserker actually gets. Because plus 75 might be close enough to it, where it's like, okay, maybe it's worth it. I'm not sure. I guess the fear I have, like, with this, it kind of makes sense to... Okay, Quarter Pound's getting, like, one shot by this is rather cool. Kind of got a double tap there, which is pretty neat. The reason I pick this thing is because you get the Demolitionist reload, like, bonus as well. So that's kind of sweet. Like, it's pretty nice. Oh, I thought we would get a twofer. Yeah, it was going to be like a problem with the later waves, even if this can work. Although you do get like 25% of your total ammo reserve with just one box. We do have the speed to kite, so that's something to consider. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I can't tell if it's functional yet, but maybe. It's kind of cool that we're already like wave 17 though. Getting up there.
That means kill any Zeds that get near.
Oh, beefcake. I mean, that could be rough, especially in the kitchen. Well, not really kitchen, but restaurant. This can be a tough position. With two people, it's easier to manage. Very jukey, this boy. His friend's not so much, as it turns out. I guess we have like slow spawns for the time being. No big guys yet. Haven't really built up. I think I might have to sneeze. Yeah, I don't mind wasting a single round on those. Oh, excuse me. I can feel it coming from a mile away. Oh, there might be more. Yeah, I'll just down you. I guess it works. I don't know, dude. I'm surprised. Want to kind of avoid the shooting. Okay, there's like... Oh, I thought there were fewer guys left. Yeah, the ammo is kind of concerning. Like, we do have to kite with this, apparently. It turns out having a build that uses, you know, like that has access to great movement speed kind of forces you into a kiting roll. But thankfully this went smoother than I thought it would, and also we still have armor left. Just kind of insane with it.
You're not this good.
I do think the armor management side of it might be detrimental in the long term. Like, it's not something you're used to when you're playing Zerker. You just kind of accept, like, oh yeah, I have armor, and eventually you won't. No region is definitely weird, but it's kind of fun to use a pulverizer. I don't tend to use it with Demolitionist, as it turns out. I did have, like, a phase when I was running it with Zerker. It's kind of fun. I mean, let's see. Let's just see. Eventually it's going to stop working, but less so because it's bad, and more so because we're only level 12 currently. And we keep going into areas, which is also maybe not the smartest idea. But I'm a hooker for XP, what can I say? If we can just get like a tiny bit of extra experience, I'm down. Clearly we're kind of struggling against the range dudes. We have range weapons, but yeah, I'd rather just... When all you have is a hammer, everything is a nail, you know? I'm not sure if it was one-shotting E-darts before. I guess maybe we got the crit hit, I'm not sure. Let's just see. We're definitely not one-shotting the old Scrakes. But we can two-shot them. And I guess we kind of like double tap there. Kind of dig it. So I guess positioning is very important. Yeah, because like now we're already essentially out of armor, and there's more of the wave left still. It's also like, you know, more difficult this one than the previous one. Let's do some kiting. This is going to be the actual test of this particular build, I think. Because now we don't have armor, and there's also like some sirens on the loose anyway. We can get in here. I don't mind the chainsaw double tap. Okay, we shouldn't have like heavy attack that man, but... Kind of lived, for now at least. I guess the downside is you do give up like medic training to be able to just access these abilities. And I definitely feel it, man. Like, I definitely feel it. Yeah, I'm totally missing the medic training. Like, the cooldowns are so long on the heal. Maybe as like an occasional build I could see this working, but as like a full-time thing, I'm not convinced. Not convinced yet. But again, it could just be because we're low level. Like, we got through that wave, it's not the issue. We got through the wave, it's not the problem there, but I remain unconvinced a little bit. It just didn't go elegant, you know? And maybe it's not always gonna be pretty.
Ammunition.
But I don't know, man. It would be nice if it was. Alright. Let's see what we can do. If nothing else, I feel like the Wave 20 boss is probably gonna put a sock in our mouth and end our existence. Cause us to shut the F up. Well, we deal enough damage to get like comfortable headshots. Although I don't think that one was a headshot, unfortunately. A little bit wasteful. Quarter pounds being one shot is kind of nice with this. Like, that's at least convenient. I could maybe see like a role for it in an arsenal for that reason. Rioters not being one shot, I get it, but it's annoying. Oh, I guess we didn't have it loaded then, huh? Okay, we do want the ammo. I mean, when it works, it's very nice. A lot of dead boys. Oh, again, the reload is always going to catch me off guard. Yeah, I think we're focusing too much on the dealing damage aspect, not enough on the staying alive. Kind of happy that I apparently was faster there. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that was like pushing it. And like I said, that's not an issue with the build necessarily. That's just an issue with the lack of XP that we have so far. There's a lot of like perk abilities that we don't have access to, obviously, because we prestiged. And also, this is MumblezTV, so that's always going to be a little different than your average stuff. I still am hesitant to say that it worked, but we definitely want to check it out. I mean, hey, that was 20,000 XP on this one alone. 40 minutes, not so bad, kind of what we're in the ballpark for. Let me go to the home menu before we actually stop streaming for tonight. I want to look at some numbers real quick. So let's look at our perks. All right, so level 25 Berserker, you have plus 25% Berserker damage. That's just what you have normally. So that's your basic modifier, so it's 1% per level. Good to know, good to know. This is just movement. So this is another 20%. Now, I would assume that this is compounded, so you're getting 25 first and then another 25, so technically this 20% is more important than the initial 25%, but I guess we can just use some simple math and be like, okay, so 45%. I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be more, but let's, for the sake of the argument, say 45% if we just add them together. So pairing with the perk melee weapon reduces incoming damage by 30%. Okay, so that's the durability that we're missing. And melee attacks would be another 5, so technically we get a total, again, just quick math, 25% attack speed, but plus 35% melee damage. Yeah, like that's a lot, because even if you just look at the other stuff we've mentioned, 45% plus 35%, yeah, that's already 80%, and that doesn't account for smash. Yeah, like I don't think we have a way to catch up to Zerker. Like, the fact that the parry bonus combined with smash, it's insane, dude. Like, you get another 75% extra damage if you get headshots with melee weapons, and you already have 80%. Even if you, and it doesn't work like this, I imagine, if you just look at that, you're getting, like, 1.5 times damage modifier on every headshot as a Zerker. That's insane. Like, that's actually insane. And with Survivalist, you're getting 20% attack speed compared to 25 when you're under the influence of parry. 75% melee damage versus like 150%. And you do get the movement, so that's kind of nice. But I don't really see like what you could combine it with. I guess maybe we could try, if we get there, we could do like make things go boom and that stuff. The thing I would love to try is maybe like a dedicated melee weapon. Something easy like the battle axe, but we'll actually have to check it out at another time. But that was kind of fun to actually give that a shot. So yeah, I was able to do the 4-hour stream that I wanted. We still managed to sneak in a 3rd stream in the week. I'm very happy about that, and I hope you had a good time. I'm gonna check real quick if there is anybody, and I mean anybody, that we could maybe hit up. There's some folks, but you know what? I feel like I'm just good to chill right now. Let's do that. Let's just do that, man. Maybe it's disappointing, but it doesn't have to be. I would like to thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you had a good time. And like I said, no stream tomorrow, aka Monday. Well, EU time Monday. But Tuesday I'll hit you up and I'll attempt to update the schedule so that we can actually maybe see what I'm up to. Gonna gun for 2 streams at least, but in my dreams I would love to do 3, so we're still gonna try to make that happen. But thank you once again for tuning in, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye!
Here is the safest place to be, in the modern home on wheels. Under you is a rigid steel foundation. Steering controls anchored to the frame. Dependable brakes to stop you safely in every emergency. Knee action to keep you steady over the bumps and set you down easy in case of a blowout.
So we have just an ordinary day, ordinary traffic. Yet any number of these drivers are potential killers. Here's one of them. He doesn't look like a killer, does he? That is why ordinary tires are not enough. That is why ordinary tires are not enough.
Let's get out of here before somebody gets hurt.